agree to it, that's okay. I'm going to charge you tariffs. And as soon as I said that, they said, we agree. And then we had to be a little tough with the drug companies, but they came along. The bigger problem was the countries. The countries just wouldn't go along with it, but they did. Every country. So we have reduced drug prices by 500, 600, 700, 800, 900%, depending on the drug, depending on the company, depending on all of the different factors involved. Nobody's ever even thought of drug reductions like that, price reductions. And I told you the story that in my first term, I was so proud of myself because I reduced drugs. It was the first time in 28 years that drug prices were reduced. It was 1/4 of 1%, 1/4 of 1%. And I was so proud of myself. I said, it's the first time in 28 years that drug prices went down over the course of a year, over the course of a presidency. 1 year, 1/4 of 1%. I had a news conference. I was so proud. Now I got them down, not 1/4 of 1%. I got them down 400, 500, 600% and more. And the fake news won't write about it. And it's going to have a huge impact on healthcare because a big part of it's buying drugs, buying prescription drugs. It's going to have a huge positive impact because Obamacare is a disaster. I said it years ago and I say it now. And the money should be paid, taken away from the insurance company. Obamacare was made to make the insurance companies rich. Their stocks have gone up 1,000% in a short period of time because the money goes to the insurance company. I want the money to go to the people. Let all the money go to the people and let the people go out and buy their own health care. And I see on television, people are advertising now, we will help you buy health care. We will go out and help you buy. That's becoming like an industry because of what I said. So something's going to happen. It's probably not going to be easy because the Democrats, frankly, they don't want to make a good deal for the people. They just want to make a bad deal for the country. They want to make a bad deal for the Republican Party. But the Republican Party is united. And I will say that what I would like to do is the money doesn't go, trillions of dollars get paid to drug companies. And you still have lousy health care. Obamacare is horrible health care. We want it to go to the people and then let the people go out and buy their own health care. And they'll do great. They'll do great. So we're negotiating that now with the Democrats. While congressional Democrats want the largest tax hike in history, I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history with the great big beautiful bill. The great big beautiful bill, the biggest piece of legislation ever signed, and that includes the extension of the original Trump tax cuts. But it's the biggest tax cut ever signed, and it includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So think of that. And in addition, you get, if you buy a car, this is great for our car industry because we have a lot of car plants. We're bringing back the automobile business. 60% of it was stolen because we had incompetent presidents or incompetent trade people. But 60% of it was stolen over the years, and now I think we're bringing it all back. I think we'll be bigger than we've ever been in the auto business. That's not even to mention AI, where we're leading China. We're leading China by a lot. They're not going to catch us. We have to be smart, but if we're smart, they're not going to be able to catch us. They know that. They told me that. Next year is projected to be the largest tax refund season ever. And we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs because we've taken in literally trillions of dollars. And we're going to be giving a nice dividend to the people, in addition to reducing debt. As you know, I inherited a lot of debt, but it's peanuts compared to the kind of numbers we're talking about. So we're going to be making a dividend to the people. And additionally, we're going to be able to reduce debt. And as time goes by over the next 2, 3, 4 years, those numbers are going to go up. And I believe that at some point in the not too distant future, you won't even have income tax to pay because the money we're taking in is so great, it's so enormous that you're not going to have income tax to pay. Whether you get rid of it or just keep it around for fun or have it really low, much lower than it is now, but you won't be paying income tax. We've slashed $1 trillion in costly job-killing regulations, saving Americans an estimated $2,100 for a family of four. The Biden administration was the exact opposite, but times four. They went up $6,000. We went down $2,100. Think of that. To bring down energy, electricity, and utility prices, I ended the Green New scam. They call it the Green New scam, one of the greatest scams in the history of our country. They talked about global warming and all that crap, and what they've done to this country. What they've done by allowing 25 million people into our country, many of whom are criminals, many of whom 11,888 are murderers, and we have to get them out, and we're doing it. We're doing it. I think what the job that our law enforcement groups are doing, Christy, you and Tom and everybody, amazing. What you're doing is amazing. I terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate, and look, some people that make electric cars weren't happy with that. But we have to do that because you have to have a choice, whether it's a gasoline-powered car, and we have so much gasoline. You know, China doesn't have gasoline. We do. And whether it's a hybrid, which really are working really well, the combination of electric and gasoline-driven. But we, everybody was supposed to, by 2030, everybody had to own an electric car under the Biden stupidity. And not everybody wants to do that. I like electric cars. I like all cars. They're all good. They all have reasons. But you want to be able to go and buy what you want. I opposed historic tariffs that are now bringing in so much money that nobody's ever seen anything like it. And countries that were ripping us off, including allies, but they were ripping us off for years. I won't use the names. I won't mention Japan. I refuse to mention South Korea. I will not mention names. But they were ripping us off like nobody's ever been ripped off before, and taking horrible advantage of your country. But now we're making a lot of money. We're making a lot of money because of the tariffs that are pouring in. And it's really national security. Among everything else, it's national security. We've also rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history. I believe we had the worst border ever in history. I don't care if you had a fourth world country. You know, we allow third world country in. We would allow fourth world countries in also. It doesn't matter. There was never a border that was as bad as our border. We allowed anybody in with no checks, no vetting. So we've rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history into the strongest border in the history of our country, and probably one of the strongest borders in the history of the world, because we have nobody coming through. And I want to thank our people. The Border Patrol is so amazing, ICE, and I want to thank the military for the backup, because they're standing right behind them. And that was really nasty for a period of months, and now it's no longer nasty. Now they don't even come up. Nobody comes up. It's an easy job. It made your job a lot easier because they know they're not going to get through. And we take people in, but they have to come in legally. For 6 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. You believe that? 0. We had millions of people coming in a year, millions. Now we have 0 for 6 months. And these are given by radical left people that do the numbers. I mean, they're not doing them any favor. They're being we don't have our net numbers are unbelievable. But we had 0 people in the last 6 months. Illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded. And nobody talks about that anymore. You know, it's crazy. They don't talk about it. You think they'd say, well, Trump's done a great job in the border. This country is being destroyed by the border. But you always find something new, like, is he in good health? Biden was great, but is Trump in good health? I sit here, I do 4 news conferences a day. I ask questions from very intelligent lunatics, you people. And I give the right answers. There's never a scandal. There's never a problem. I give you answers that solve your little problems. You go back and you can't find anything, but you do stories about Biden was in wonderful health. The guy didn't do a news conference for 8 months. If I go one day, I had one day where I didn't do a news conference, there's something wrong with the president. You people are crazy. I'll let you know when there's something wrong. There will be someday. That's going to happen to all of us. But right now, I think I'm sharper than I was 25 years ago. But who the hell knows? By the way, I took my physical. I got all A's, everything. But they said to me, would you like to take a cognitive test? I said, is it hard? They said yes. I said, well, I'm a very smart person. Who was the last president to take one? No president has ever agreed to take one. Because when you get into the mid questions, meaning, 10, question number 10, 11, 12, 28, 30, they get harder and harder. And they said, would you like to do it? I said, well, no reason to do it. Nobody's ever done it. I'll do it maybe, but there's really no reason. They said, sir, the problem is this is Walter Reed Hospital. And that's a military hospital. And that means that things are, sort of open. It's not like private where you have, if you do poorly, we'll have to, probably you'll find out. I said, I won't do poorly. I'm a smart person, not a stupid person. And as the doctor will tell you, I aced it. Right, Susie? I aced. I got every question right. And these are tough questions. These are questions that I would say 99% of the people that I'm talking to right now, meaning the people from the fake news, would not do well in those exams. But I'm the only one that took it. I got every single question right. And then I read in the New York Times, is Trump sharp? Trump is sharp, but they're not sharp. That's why they're going out of business, the New York Times. I hear that they're losing so much money, it's ridiculous. They're a bunch of fakers. But we can never let another thing happen like what happened to us with a fake election, with a rigged election, where a guy like Joe Biden assumes the presidency. Because the man was grossly incompetent. And he was incompetent 30 years ago. But he was really incompetent for those last few years, and our country was put at great danger because of it. So for 6 months in a row, we had 0 people. Illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever, ever, ever. Think of that. And the net benefit to our country is enormous, incalculable. America is strong and respected again. On the world stage, we're really respected. In fact, I went to a NATO and they were calling me the president of Europe. We're doing very well. We have a lot of respect. As you know, we have a problem with a war that our people are trying to settle now with Russia and Ukraine. We are not involved in the war monetarily anymore. Biden gave away $350 billion like it was candy. That's a massive amount of money. And much of it in cash, a lot of it in equipment. I don't give away anything. We sell the equipment to NATO. The European nations pay us for the equipment, 100% price. And then they bring it to Ukraine or whatever they do with it. But we're trying to get that settled. I've settled 8 wars. This would be the 9th. And our people are over in Russia right now to see if we can get it settled. Not an easy situation. Let me tell you what a mess. It's a war that never would have happened if I were president. Not even a chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years. We've renamed the Department of Defense the Department of War, and I thought that would be controversial. And frankly, I tell you what, I haven't met one person. There's not one person I've met that doesn't like it. Think of it. We won World War I, World War II, everything in between, everything before it. And then we said, let's change the name. So we changed it back to what it was, Department of War, and Pete's doing a great job. We ended 8 wars. Think of that. 8 wars, but we're going to do one more, I think. I hope. Every time I end a war, they say, if President Trump ends that war, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. If I end that war. Well, he won't get it for that war, but if he ever gets it for the next war, now they're saying, if he ever ends the war with Russia and Ukraine, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. What about the other 8 wars? India, Pakistan. Think of all the wars I ended. I should get the Nobel Prize for every war, but I don't want to be greedy. Actually, the woman who got the Nobel Prize said, "You've got to be kidding. Trump deserves the Nobel Prize. So that was very nice of her. I appreciate it, which is true, actually. But I don't care about that. You know what I care about? I care about death. I care about all the mostly young people. 27,000 people died between Russia and Ukraine last month. What a shame. So we're restoring law and order to our cities and towns. If you look at what's happened, and I want to pay my deepest respects to those two incredible people from the National Guard in West Virginia. They came from. I spoke to their parents. Sarah is gone. She passed away. She's looking down on us now, and she loves her parents, and they loved her. They were. Somebody said, "How are they doing?" I said, "The word is devastated." Doing. How are they going to do? They're devastated. The rest of their lives, they're going to be devastated. She was an incredible person, highly respected, top of her class, everything. She was like a perfect human being. 20 years old, just started. She was like a baby. She was so proud. They were giving her a promotion. She told the parents that she was getting a promotion, and they were so proud of her. Then they get a call that this happened. And we have one young man who's fighting for his life. He's fighting very hard. I think he's probably doing better than anybody. And they said he didn't have a chance. I'll tell you, the one who said he's going to live is his mother. Spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to live. I spoke to her very soon after this horrible event took place with this scum that is able to come into our country. I spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to be okay. I'm telling you. No doctor thought that. Nobody thought that. He was hitting bad places, and she was like so positive. It was incredible. And it's possibly right, Pam, right? Possibly right. Boy, it would be amazing. If he lives, it would be amazing. A miracle, actually. But we're very proud of those two people. We're very proud of the National Guard. We're very proud of our military and our police and our firemen and women. If you go back and take a look a year ago, year and a half ago, it all changed, I think, on November 5th, the day of the election. But you go back before that, you couldn't get people to join the military, Pete, right? They didn't want anything to do with military. They wanted nothing to do with joining the police or the fire. They wanted nothing to do with anything. They had no spirit. The country it had no spirit, nothing. And now we just had the highest recruitment in history. And we're getting great people. We're getting great people. And I will say, despite what just happened, Washington, D.C. has become a really safe place. And I guess this lunatic probably was upset that the National Guard is so effective because we were really, really effective, and we are. And Washington, D.C. is now considered a very, very safe city. We had crime numbers a year ago that was so bad, embarrassment that the city, the capital of this country, could have numbers like that. And Washington now is, no murders, no this. It's been a miracle. Also, what happened here, and now we're in Memphis, and we're going to New Orleans pretty soon. Over there, the governor called me. He'd like to have us go there. Governor Landry, great guy, great governor. He's asked for help in New Orleans, and we're going to go there in a couple of weeks. And we're doing a real job. Even Chicago's down a little bit because we have a minor force there. We could knock it down within 4 or 5 weeks. We could bring it down to almost nothing. But we have a governor that's grossly incompetent, and we have a mayor that's even more incompetent than the governor. He's a very low IQ person. And typically low IQ people don't make good mayors. So I want to thank all of our cabinet members. They're high IQ. Let me see one. Yeah, generally speaking, a couple I'm a little concerned about. No, but I want to thank. We have a great cabinet, amazing people. All of them, sort of have become stars. We're getting credit for the good cabinet, actually. And I just want to wish everybody a great holiday. We've I think done a great job with the White House, bringing the White House back. You see the Palm Court It was redone. The Lincoln bedroom was redone. The Lincoln bathroom is now gorgeous, like it should have been. It was terrible green tile that was never the way it was supposed to be. It was done in the 1940s, actually, but it was not proper. And we're restoring the White House just like we're restoring the country, and people are thrilled. But the First Lady's done a beautiful job with the Christmas trees and all the decorations. I see the wreaths on the windows. I've never seen that before, on the windows of the White House. And it's 4 stories high. I said, how did they get that wreath? They had people going up in a little dangerous. I wouldn't want to do it, but they put them up, and we have wonderful people working in the White House, and they're really proud to bring the building back, because this building was a little bit like the country. It was mishandled, it was mistreated, and now it's being given love. And we're building one of the great, I think, maybe the greatest ballroom. We needed it for 150 years. They've been asking. You see the trucks and cranes and excavators in the background, and you hear them. And every time I hear them, I love the sound. To me, I love the sound. I wouldn't say my wife is thrilled. She hears pile drivers in the background all day, all night. They go till 12 o'clock in the evening, day, night, pile drivers. Darling, could you turn off the pile drivers? Sorry, darling, that's progress. But no, we're doing great. It's going to be I think it's going to be the finest ballroom ever built, and we're going to have it here. They've wanted it for 150 years. Think of that. So I will just end by saying I want to thank the cabinet. It's been a great cabinet. Let's think of it. Time flies, but this is our last of the year, as I said, and I just think you've done a fantastic job. And we're going to go around the room. We'll go quickly, but we're going to go around the room, and we'll start with Pete, and you'll tell us about some of the achievements. And some of you have achievements that are so big, I don't want you to go through the whole thing because we don't have time. But we'll start with Pete, and then if you want, we'll take some questions at the end. Please, Pete.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As you said, it has been a historic year at the Department of War. Recruiting and retention over this year are at the most historic levels our country has ever seen. I had a chance to be on an aircraft carrier destroyer over Thanksgiving. The spirit in our ranks since the election under President Trump is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it as a soldier myself in uniform, and I know a lot of you feel the same way. We've ripped out the DEI and the political correctness. It's all merit-based at the department. We're getting back to basics: accountability, training, readiness, lethality, and that's reviving that spirit. Mr. President, we're rebuilding the military, historic investments. I just took briefings on the Golden Dome and F-47, next generation capabilities that are going to make sure that for generations to come, America has the most powerful, most capable, most lethal military in the world, which you have rebuilt once and we're rebuilding again. And then we're reestablishing deterrence and credibility. If you look at what happened, we deal with every day the outcome of what happened in Afghanistan, the debacle under Joe Biden. We just dealt with it in the streets of Washington, D.C. with those 2 National Guardsmen. And then what happened on October 7th with Hamas, what happened in Ukraine, a war that never would have started under President Trump. We're having to rebuild that. So whether it's freedom of navigation and taking the fight to the Houthis, whether it's Midnight Hammer, those beautiful B-2s going 37 hours back and forth, undetected, delivering with precision, and Iran not getting nuclear capabilities, Europe and NATO stepping up to 5%, locking down our southwest border. It's been an honor to work with Christy and Tom and everyone else down there to lock it to 0, operational control of our border. And then it's getting after and going after narco terrorists and designated terrorist organizations in our own hemisphere. As I've said, and I'll say again, we've only just begun striking narco boats and putting narco terrorists at the bottom of the ocean because they've been poisoning the American people. And Joe Biden tried to approach it with kid gloves and allowed them to come across the border. Cartels take over community, 20 million people, hundreds of thousands of Americans poisoned. And President Trump said, no, we're taking the gloves off. We're taking the fight to these designated terror organizations. And that's exactly what we're doing. So we're stopping the drugs. We're striking the boats. We're defeating narco terrorists. And we're standing.
And Peter, you may say one thing, that drugs coming in through the sea by sea are down 91%. And I don't know who the 9% is.
I'm not sure either, sir.
But down 91% by sea.
We've had a bit of a pause because it's hard to find boats to strike right now, which is the entire point, right? Deterrence has to matter, not arrest and hand over and then do it again, the rinse and repeat approach of previous administrations. This is meant to get after that approach. And I will just end by saying, as President Trump always has our back, we always have the back of our commanders who are making decisions in difficult situations. And we do in this case and all these strikes. They're making judgment calls and ensuring that they defend the American people. They've done the right things. We'll keep doing that. And we have their backs, Mr. President.
Good job. Thank you very much. Howard?
So we set out to stop the ripoff of the United States of America. This is about global change of trade. We've been ripped off since 1945 when we set this policy. So we set out, and together with my partners, Jameson Greer and Scott Bessent, we set out to change that. So we started, the first one was the UK deal, right? We asymmetric. They pay us 10% and we get charged nothing. That allows us to export, and that began the process. Then we did the biggest, the European Union, 450 million people, $20 trillion economy. They completely opened their borders to us, and we charge them 15%. That makes America $100 billion a year and turns it back to where our economy is the best. And so it proved that President Trump's trade agenda was the right trade agenda. Then we go to Japan and Korea. They offer us $750 billion in cash to build in America at the president's direction. And we're going to start, as an example, nuclear, right? We need to have a nuclear arsenal in America of power, the generation of power. So we're going to build hundreds of billions of dollars, financed by the Japanese and the Koreans, meaning they give us the money, we build it here, and we split the cash flow 50-50. We're going to build ships, $150 billion worth of ships in America. That changes the way things work, right? After those trade deals, then you go to how are we going to reshore, right? Let's start talking about the auto industry, right? We've been competed against by Koreans, the Japanese, the Europeans. We're kicking our tail. President Trump changed it. 25% tariffs, bring it all home. This year, General Motors stock up 40%, Ford up 34%. And on the same day that we announced we had set all the tariffs, Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, called and said, I can't believe I'm calling a Republican Secretary of Commerce to tell the president that this is the greatest administration for auto workers in America. Stocks up and the auto workers up. That proves that President Trump understands how to take care of the whole ecosystem, both the companies and, more importantly, the people who work there. Semiconductors, right? We didn't build any. The Biden CHIPS Act was a $60 billion giveaway, right? We've now turned that. $300 billion is committed to America. That's going to go up to $750 billion in the next 60 days, right? And then you go to pharmaceuticals, right? $250 billion being invested in America, and then working together with Bobby Kennedy, right? Pounding away on that MFN, working together as a joint team. They're coming to over $250 billion and cutting prices in half. We did the golden share of U.S. Steel to make sure the Mon Valley is protected. Intel gave us 10% of the company, make tens of billions of dollars, right? And the last thing I will say is a year ago today, I was working on transition with President Trump, right? To build the greatest cabinet ever for the greatest president ever. And I, as I sit here today, I can't be more proud of how you did it, sir. You've created the greatest cabinet. It is a joy to be at this table.
You know, one thing we will mention, so they came to see me from Intel, and they had a problem. I said, look, we'll fix your problem, but I think the United States is entitled to 10% of your company. And the chairman looked at me and he goes, you have a deal. Tell him, how much money have we made since I made that deal?
It's only $40 billion.
40 billion. We made $40 billion. That was, what, 3 months ago. Does anybody write about it? Nobody writes about it. That's okay. Mr. Secretary, how we doing with
Well,
transportation?
Mr. President, so just quickly on aviation, many of you heard that we have an infrastructure made of copper. We have to transition to fiber. The last administration said it was going to take more than 10 years to complete the transition from copper to fiber. They had no plan to actually do it. We have already completed a third of this transition from copper to fiber. Now it's going to take longer for us to go from analog to digital. By the way, the rest of the world transitioned 20 years ago from analog to digital. We are just going to do that at the FAA right now. But we're buying new radios. We're going to buy new radar. By the way, those radar are going to be made in America, Mr. President. This phase of the operation will be completed by the time you leave office. It's 3 years. I do need another $20 billion, Congress, to start the second phase, which is really important, and we'll try to get that done also in that 3-year time period, but we need the money, critically important. With regard to commercial driver's license, I think we've covered a lot the crashes that have taken place around the country. And what we found is there have been states that have issued commercial driver's license to foreigners, and they've gone through sham schools, and they're not safe on American roadways. And so, in partnership with Secretary Noem, we have driven those numbers down. We've got California, Gavin Newsom, to revoke 17,000 unlawfully issued licenses. We've closed down half of the fake schools that give out these fake licenses, all critically important. Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota gave 33% of these licenses unlawfully. People that should never have a driver's license driving a big rig on American roads, endangering the American people, shameful. We've cleaned up Union Station here in D.C. per your directive. We're going to rebuild Penn Station in New York. We're going to break ground at the end of 2027, get that project operational. And, Mr. President, a lot of us, I fly commercially, I fly back by the bathrooms. I don't know why that happens. They put me in the back. But, we've asked Americans to bring their better selves, to bring civility back to travel, to say, listen, let's say please and thank you. And if someone's pregnant on your flight and you're as strong as Pete is, well, pick up the bag and help her put it in the overhead bin. Let's be nice to each other, is what we've asked. Maybe not wear pajamas or slippers on the airplane. And I think it's been received fairly well, and I think we can all have a better travel experience when we do that. And just the last point I'll make is there was a big football game where the Merchant Marine Academy that falls under DOT actually beat the Coast Guard with Kristi Noem. We beat them by 1 point, and so we're very proud of that. And, so well done, Kings Pointers.
So a little bit in a nutshell, we're rebuilding the air traffic control under boot edge. It's supposed to be boot edge. Who's another grossly incompetent person? He'd get on his bicycle, ride to work, and he was just terrible. What they do is they take the fiber optics and they take fiber trying to hook it into copper, and fiber and copper don't mix. You can't do it. But people knew that for the last 30 years since they started doing the fiber. And they spent billions of dollars, and it didn't work. And you saw that by the helicopter crash. You saw that by Into the Plane. You saw that by a lot of things. So we're doing a brand new air traffic control system, and it's going to be the best. And it's going to be from top to bottom. And we have the 3 top companies in the world bidding on it. And it's going to be one bid, and we're going to have one company responsible, and it'll be the best system. And it's going to make look, our skies are safe. Otherwise, we wouldn't let people fly. But we're going to have the safest skies. We're going to have the best system anywhere in the world. We're also going to rebuild Dulles Airport because it's not a good airport. It should be a great airport, and it's not a good airport at all. It's a terrible airport. It was incorrectly designed with a good building. Actually, it's got a beautiful terminal. Saarinen was the architect, one of the greatest architects in the world at the time, a great architect. And so they have a great building and a bad airport. But we're going to turn that around, and we're going to make Dulles Airport serving Washington and Virginia, Maryland, etc. We're going to make that into something really spectacular. We have an amazing plan for it and other things. But you're doing a really good job. I appreciate it.
The people movers of Dulles, we had a crash recently. So we're going to announce that later today, a request for bids on this. But again, it's a not a great airport, which we can make great in this administration, Mr. President.
We have a design that's amazing for Dulles. It's going to take Dulles and make it a really bad. It was a badly designed airport. We're going to make it into as good as there is in the country. It'll be exciting. Okay, please.
All right. Well, Mr. President, it's good to be here at this meeting because in 1 year you can look around the table and see the change. And I think one of the biggest changes is how this cabinet works together. And I want to start there. This has often been said, I found out some things this year that I didn't know, that the Department of what was Defense, now Department of War, and the Veterans Department had never really communicated. Now, we're fraternal twins in a way. Pete and I are. He looks better, I'm better looking. But into looking at this, I mean, he brings them in. He keeps them for a number of years, up to 20 or longer. And then they come into what the country is committed to our veterans. And if you don't have both ends working correctly, then recruitment lags, morale lags, and we've been able to work and fix a great deal of that. I didn't need to change our name, but I did do one thing. I put the veteran back first at the VA. And we did that in 1 year. How did we do that? We started taking things that have been neglected for a long time and put them back. We had a backlog in which we've dropped over 160,000. We're not talking year-to-year change at the VA. We're talking 5-6 years. We have to go back 5 to 6 year prior COVID numbers to see the change of backlogs that are now reduced. We do it in 6 months instead of the long time it took. In fact, it grew under the Biden administration. It shrank over 160,000 under us. Champ VA, which is a program we have, it's basically been back to day to day. It was at a terrible state, which delays in claims and everything's going on. We got that back. We're doing things like taking a new look. I have one question that I ask when I go to my hospitals, which, by the way, over 170 hospitals, 1,200 clinics. And I ask the people one thing, Mr. President. I said, what are you doing right now that if you were just honest and I wasn't standing here, you say, this is stupid? It's been amazing what we've gotten and the feedback that we've had. We've been able to change how we do credentialing, how we do privileging, how we do hiring. We're all working through that. And it has all made a difference for our veterans as we go forward. CNP exams for veterans out there listening. If this is the one where disability claims, well, they say, well, let me send you to a doctor to make sure. Most of the time we have that already in the record. We're working now to where those could actually be changed, where we just look at the record and not have to send them to the doctor. That's almost a $3 billion savings that we get, and also not taking what the veterans get. We're also getting ready to announce here pretty soon a reorganization that's going to bring our hospital system organizationally in line with the 21st century. We are the largest healthcare organization. It's about time we acted like it, Mr. President. You gave that leadership, and we're going to do it. And also one thing, community care contracts getting ready to go out. It's one of the largest contracts in the federal government, but it does exactly what you and I have talked about before, making sure that our veterans can get care in the system or in the community, wherever they want it. We're getting ready for that. Now, I have one thing for all the press who really enjoyed the first of the year, saying, oh, you know, they're going to cut all these jobs, 80,000 this, 80,000 at the VA. Mr. President, every success that I just gave you came after the fact, or pretty much after the fact, that we had 30,000 take early retirement. Early retirement, no risk, although you reported it as loss and risk. You can't help yourself. 30,000 took the retirement. Every bit of the success that I just told you about came with a reduced workforce. It was a motivated workforce that said, how can we take care of veterans? That's what this cabinet does. That's what we're doing for you.
And you've got the highest approval rating we've ever had at the VA. So that tells you something. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Jameson, please.
Well, there's been some activity on trade this year. For about 75 years, we had a system, global trading system, that was premised on the United States having totally open borders, right? Not just on immigration, but on goods and services. And everyone else generally kept higher tariffs, higher non-tariff barriers, et cetera. Obviously, the outcome was we had a huge trade deficit. You took it head on. You gave all of us who work on the file a lot of leverage. So we spent the past 10 months or whatever we've been doing now just going around the world and flipping the script. So now we're in a situation where we've protected our industries, we have the tariffs, and the other countries have decided to take their tariffs down and non-tariff barriers. And we've done it in a very constructive way. We've achieved agreements on reciprocal trade, which are a new kind of trade agreement that's really focused on making sure we have balanced trade, we have reciprocal trade, that we're treating each other fairly. And it's been embraced by the international community. And it's going to be exciting to see what it's like 5 years, 10 years from now, because you've changed it. And that's how it's going to be now. And I think you should be commended for it. And we look forward to seeing what comes in the next few years.
Thank you very much. You're doing great. He's doing a great job. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last time I was here, I said that the amount of dereg that we had for regulatory was 30-1. Since then, it's up to 48-1. Your goal had been 10-1, which was in excess of 6-1 in the first term. It's actually much higher than that, but I made my team redo the threshold a little bit because it sounded so unbelievable. But the amount of work that's being done with this entire team is astronomical. And another detail in that is that when we propose a rule, some of the biggest ones that you care the most about don't go into that count until they are finalized. So next year we should be even more eye-popping. One of those to talk about is the federal acquisitions regulations, which you gave us a charge 6 months ago to dramatically reduce. In 6 months, we've lowered it by 25%, 500 pages, 2,700 mandates, which is a third of the mandates. That's going to lead to savings, competition, and speed. So probably $40 billion for the agencies in savings over the course of 10 years. When we get up and running, it'll be north of between 200 and 400 billion dollars. Competition, about 45% of government bids only have one bidder. So you got no competition in that situation. That will now change, and then we're just getting faster, months, and hopefully we turn it into years, which means you all around this table can buy things that you need quickly, and that you have better vendors to come. Many of them small businesses who want to participate in the federal procurement process. So making all sorts of improvements on that front is very exciting. Thank you, Mr. President.
And great on the regulations. We're cutting them at levels never seen before. And I have the record from the first 4 years, but we're blowing that record away. So it's been really great. Scott?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Great to be with everyone. And, you know, when you were giving your report, which was fantastic, and I listened to the report of all my colleagues here and those that will come, it reminds me when I played in the NFL, we had this thing called game film. You know all about film. And we had a saying that said, the film don't lie. The film tells the real story. And I hope that the American people, when they watch the film that's going on now in this time in our history, that they will see that America is greater today than it ever has been. And so I thank you for that. And thank you for giving us good stories that we can tell for the American people.
Scott, we're saving our country.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I don't want to be braggadocious. We're saving our country. Our country was going down and would never have been able to come back. We're saving all of us, but we're saving our country. All right, go ahead, please.
So at Housing and Urban Development, in keeping with your executive order, sir, in making America's streets safe and beautiful again, we've been very intentional about making public housing in our country safe. And I want people to know, our colleagues know this, but people in America know that we actually care about people that live in public housing around our country. A lot of public housing is wrought with crime, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, illicit drugs, illegal aliens living in public housing, but we've put them on notice to let you know that it's not lost on us. We care about the people, we're paying attention to it, and we're gonna root out crime in public housing. We've been very focused on working with the Memphis Safe Task Force, the DC Safe and Beautiful Task Force, working with Pam and Chrissy and others, and law enforcement. Our law enforcement is tremendous. Every single night they go out and they go to public housing to make sure that our people are safe, mothers and children are safe. And so at HUD, you know, it's a different day. We're running new plays. The film was real bad when I came in, I'm gonna be honest. But we are giving the people that live in public housing the assurance that they will be safe. We also announced a new crime hotline, sir, that people that live in public housing, if they see criminal activity, if they see illegals living there, if they see drug trafficking, if you see it, if you hear it, report it. Don't be afraid. And so work with our Office of Inspector General. We've set up this crime hotline, and also working with Chrissy and Department of Homeland Security, making sure that everyone that lives inside of public housing is accounted for and that they are American people. And so I say that and I emphasize that to know that we prioritize American people and American people only. Lastly, sir, in Atlantic City, we took over the Atlantic City public housing because the living conditions were deplorable. And they have people that have been living there for 3 generations and they were being treated very bad. And so I took it so that we can now give people a safe place to stay. And working with the First Lady in the Foster Youth Initiative has been a great joy for me and our team. So thank you for doing that executive order to make sure that our foster youth have a safe landing pad and have financial literacy as they age out of the foster youth system. And so you talked about affordability. HUD has supported over 1 million Americans in home ownership and affordability, and over 560,000 are first-time home buyers. So I hope that the press will write about that good news, that 1 million people are able to own a home and to refinance their homes. And so we are moving our building from DC to Alexandria, Virginia. So thank you for your support. We're going to save the American people about $500 million. So that's my report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Scott, very much. Brooke?
Well, coming off of Thanksgiving, moving towards Christmas, I think it's the season of Thanksgiving, and 2 words for me are gratitude and joy. Gratitude to you for, as Howard said, bringing this team together. I say it a lot, but I'll say it again, that this is like family at this point, and I don't know that there's ever been an organization like this, at least a government like this, in the history of our country. These jobs are hard, but the joy every day in getting to fight for America and save the country is the privilege of all of our lifetimes, I believe. So thank you for that. At U.S. Department of Agriculture, the People's Department, Abraham Lincoln launched this department in 1862. But under your leadership, we have finally, again, put farmers and ranchers and rural America first. In the last year, it's no longer DEI, climate change, sending out money based on the color of a farmer's skin. It's now about literally putting farmers back at the center of it. And under the last administration, we talked a lot about affordability. We'll continue to talk about that. But under the Biden administration and the destruction of our economy and the cost of inflation, interest rates for farmers and ranchers went up 73%. Labor went up 47%. Fertilizer went up 36%. Fuel went up 28%. So when you think about the extreme economic strain that a lot of our farmers are under in our farm economy, these are massive, massive numbers that will take some time to get out from under. But we've already seen the beginnings of the movement toward more affordable food, housing, fuel, et cetera. And that will only continue to trend as we work to solve those issues. My partners in trade, of course, they do the work, but I'm constantly talking to them about selling more soybeans, selling more corn, getting more of our products out. But when we really think about how to solve for this idea that for so long our farmers, many of them have been farming for government checks instead of moving their product around the world, these trade deals change that forever. And it isn't one trade deal or 2 trade deals, it's dozens of trade deals. And so talking about rural prosperity and bringing the golden age back to rural America, which has been lost for too long. We're going to focus on that next year, hopefully with our vice president, many of our cabinet members. But the opportunity to do that under these new trade deals is unprecedented. And so just putting farmers first, our ranchers first, Mr. President, is such a huge priority and an accomplishment of the last year. The second quick thing is lawfare. And I know you know this better than anyone in the country. When a government politicizes and weaponizes their power to go after average, everyday Americans, well, from you, the top of the heap as president, but all the way down to the ranchers in South Dakota, the Maud family, who were facing jail time over a fence line dispute that had been in their family for 130 years. We fixed that. The Henry family in New Jersey, who were facing their farm being taken away for eminent domain to give to affordable housing, we fixed that. So being able to completely change the trajectory of private property rights, but especially as it has to do with our farmers and ranchers and our rural communities, changes everything for our country. And then the third thing, we have so much great things to talk about at USDA, but the third thing, which became very much a part of the national conversation during the Democrat shutdown, was SNAP reform, food stamp reform. When all of America saw what so many of us know and have been working on, but when you have so much rampant fraud in a program that 42 million Americans participate in, now big good piece of news that I hope is written about, since you became president, about 800,000 of those 42 million have moved off of food stamps, which is hopefully the plan with better jobs, higher wages, et cetera. But still, when we found 186,000 dead people Social Security numbers being used, 500,000 people receiving benefits more than twice. We had a couple of people receiving benefits in 6 states. In February of this year, we asked for all the states for the first time to turn over their data to the federal government to let the USDA partner with them to root out this fraud, to make sure that those who really need food stamps are getting them, but also to ensure that the American taxpayer is protected. 21 states said yes, not surprised. 29 states said yes, not surprisingly, the red states. And that's where all of that data, that fraud comes from. But 21 states, including California, New York, and Minnesota, the blue states, continue to say no. So as of next week, we have begun and will begin to stop moving federal funds into those states until they comply and they tell us and allow us to partner with them to root out this fraud and to protect the American taxpayer. As Joe Biden was working to buy an election a year ago, he increased food stamp program funding by 40%. So now as we continue to roll that back. So the partnership in Making America Healthy Again is also in food stamps, but a lot of what Bobby and I are doing together is really remarkable. But again, just gratitude and joy for this work, and so grateful to you. The final thing I'll say, a lot of gratitude to Secretary Marco Rubio for wearing his Aggie maroon tie as a reflection of Texas A&M beating Florida handily about a month ago. So Marco, I want to thank you, and much gratitude and joy in my heart as well. Yes. But thank you, sir.
We also have to say something about China with one of the largest purchases ever in our country, the soybeans.
Yes, sir.
And so I want to thank President Xi. We had a great meeting. We were in South Korea, and I went to a lot of other places too, but we met in South Korea, and President Xi was great. And China gave us among the largest orders in the history of your world, agriculture.
That's right.
So,
And sir, may I say, this is the remarkable result of real leadership, and your real leadership. Just a couple of days ago, China announced that they were going to halt all purchases from Brazil because they had found some irregularities in some of the soybeans they're buying from Brazil. And what that means is a continued signal that this country and our farmers produce the best, highest quality soybeans, sorghum, et cetera, in the world. And what you've been able to do is open those markets up and again, move toward an era where our farmers are not so reliant on government checks, but they have the markets to sell their product. Having said that, we do have a bridge payment we'll be announcing with you next week as we're still trying to recover from the Biden years. That's right.
To help the farmers. We're going
That's
to help
right.
the farmers. They did not help the farmers.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Scott?
Mr. President, it's been a great year on the economy, but the best is yet to come. The tens of trillions of dollars that have come in investment, both the portfolio investment by companies, investment by countries, that is turning into a CapEx boom for the U.S. Capital expenditures up 15% in history. When CapEx is up, jobs will follow. The one big beautiful bill is an incredible, as you said, thanks to your leadership, along with Speaker Johnson, Senator Leader Thune, we had that done on July 4th, which everyone said was impossible. And the great thing about that bill, sir, for the American people, it's for industry, 100% expensing, build your factory here, you can write it off immediately, but you also insisted on the 4 benefits for working people: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, auto deductibility for American cars, and that is retroactive. So as a result, in 2026, we are going to see very substantial tax refunds in the first quarter. So the best way to address the affordability crisis is to give Americans more money in their pockets, which is what this bill has done. We're going to see real wage increases. I think next year is going to be a fantastic year. Taxes, deregulation, energy certainty. That's why everyone with your leadership is coming to America. Bond market had its best year since 2020. Everyone said couldn't be done. So we're going to have growth. We've had 2 4% quarters before the Schumer shutdown. We're going to go back to that. So not only are we going to have great growth, but it's going to be low inflationary growth. And stock market obviously is following, but next year is going to be the year for Main Street as all this kicks in. And you came in, immigration, I called it the 3 I's: immigration, interest rates, and inflation, that were killing the American people. Close the border, The promise kept. Interest rates are down, and 10-year bond, again, best year since 2020. And inflation, led by energy prices, is going to roll next year. I think it's going to be a fantastic year. We can look back, be very proud of this year, but I think 2026 is going to be great for the American people. Thanks to you.
It's going to be great. Thank you very much. Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to serve with this great team that you've assembled. And I just want to pick up on something you said, Mr. President, because you hit the nail on the head, that it is absurd that Democrats talk about an affordability crisis that they created and the people around this table work every single day to address. You'll hear a lot of statistics today. You hear a lot of statistics in our political conversation. I think the most important statistic for the American people is that under the Biden administration, the average American family lost over $3,000 of household income. And under the first 10 months of this Trump administration, they have gained over $1,000 of household income. What that says very clearly is that we are fixing the problem that Joe Biden and the Democrats created in the last administration. If you look at every affordability crisis that's confronting the American people today, it is traceable directly to a problem caused by Joe Biden and congressional Democrats. Why did homes get so unaffordable? Because we had 20 million illegal aliens in this country taking homes that ought by right to go to American citizens. Why did tax bills get so unaffordable? Because Democrats were raising taxes while congressional Republicans under the president's leadership, we're now cutting taxes. Why did food get so expensive? Because we printed trillions of dollars and threw it into green scams that made our agricultural economy suffer while Americans were paying higher prices for food. On every single one of those issues, Mr. President, I think we've made incredible progress, but it would be preposterous to fix every problem caused over the last 4 years in just 10 months. I think that we've done incredibly good, but what I see over the next year, and you heard Brooke talk about joy and gratitude. What I really think this season represents for me, and I think for the entire administration, is that we have now done incredible work to fix what Joe Biden broke. And I think the next year in American growth and American prosperity could be the best year that we've had in the United States of America. It's going to happen because we're all working hard. It's going to happen because we have the greatest country in the world. But I think for congressional Democrats in particular, if they want to talk about affordability, they ought to look in the mirror. We are fixing what they're broken. We're proud to do it. It's the job that we were elected to do. But I think 2026 is going to be the year where this economy really takes off.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Yeah.
President Trump, thank you for talking about Sarah. Heartbreaks for her family. And Andy is doing well. His parents, Melody and Jason, wanted me to tell you, and I was with them yesterday in the hospital. He's a miracle. I was there when the surgeons came in, and they wanted you to know this. He's a miracle. And if everyone in this country can continue to pray for that family, he's got a long road ahead of him, but he is a miracle. And of course, our DC initiative is led by our amazing, and the monster will be held accountable who did this. Our marshals, of course, are leading the DC Safe effort. We have made over 7,000 arrests at your direction. DC is safe again. Working with everyone around this table, Pete and everyone. Scott and I were in Memphis together last week, and everyone, and Bobby, your HHS, doctors and medics are on the ground to help people in Memphis and DC. In Memphis, we've made over 3,500 arrests so far, and Homeland Security, Christy, you've been instrumental in this. But it's everyone working together as a team. We even have Treasury agents out there. It's unbelievable on the ground in DC and Memphis. Of course, law enforcement first, FBI, Kash Patel has led the FBI. We have a 100% increase in the arrest of violent criminals, thanks to your leadership. DEA, led by Terry Cole, over 45 million fentanyl pills, 4,200 kilos fentanyl powder. That is the equivalent of 347 million potential lethal doses. That's unbelievable that you've taken off the streets of our country. And the weight of all the drugs combined taken off by DEA is the weight of 17 full semi-trucks of the drugs just since you've been in office, the drugs that had flowed into this country under the previous administration. ATF, led by Rob Sakata, has seized more than 31,000 illegal guns. 31,000. Unbelievable at your leadership. 19,000 of those were from trafficking cases. We've been sued on the legal front now. We have been sued 575 times. 575 times. More than every administration going back to Reagan combined. Most recently, yesterday, I was sued by an immigration judge who we fired. One of the reasons, she said she was a woman. Last I checked, I was a woman as well. 24 Supreme Court wins, President Trump, 92% success rate. We told you it would take a while to get to the Supreme Court. We're doing it at record speed, led by John Sauer, of course, Sarah and Hosh, all working together. Immigration, we're winning. Nationwide injunctions, ending DEI funding, working to secure that our federal workforce is aligned with your America First agenda, representing pretty much everyone in this room. We met with your general counsel yesterday, Doug, working with everyone. It's nonstop. ICE, of course, we're winning there with Christie. We're Brooks, SNAP benefits, won there. Marco, USAID. Pete, National Guard, of course, going nonstop. Our U.S. attorneys are fighting violent crime, working around the clock to make America safe again, which was your directive. Our Civil Rights Division, suing Gavin Newsom 3 times now, Prop 50, keeping boys out of girls' sports and in-state tuition for illegal aliens. We've sued over election integrity. We are litigating major universities with Linda. Thank you, our Civil Rights Division, for everything that you've done to end DEI in our schools. Our Civil Division fighting sanctuary cities every single day. And of course, our Antitrust Division with Google, major settlement. Our attorneys are working on terrorism, TDA, MS-13, Antifa, President Trump. We've charged more than 500 defendants with assault on federal officers, thanks to your directive. And also, we have dropped countless cases against Americans that were prosecuted under the Biden administration, including J6, COVID, FACE Act, and more. And as everyone knows, we cannot talk about pending grand jury investigations, but no one is above the law, and that includes what happened in Arctic frost. I hope everyone has a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy Holidays. Thank you for fighting for our country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, Laura.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for allowing me to be at this table. When I came on board, I knew really none of you in this last year. And it's been a year, Mr. President, since I've had the pleasure to serve this country on the workforce. Everybody said the Department of Labor would be quiet, fly under the radar. You won't have to do too much. Absolutely not, because you made the American people realize the American dream is real for the American workforce. And it's been under your leadership, Mr. President, that over 2 million jobs that has been created since you started have been native-born workers. And that is the difference between this presidency, this administration, as opposed to the Biden administration, where mostly foreign-born or federal government jobs. And I think through the private sector, over 2 million jobs of native born. And so the Labor Department has wasted no time in putting that into action with our Make America Skilled Again, either grant dollars, but the intentionality of the apprenticeship program, 1 million active apprentices across this country. We have done over 250,000 new apprentices so far in the first year and registered over 2,000 new apprenticeship programs. Why do we need the apprenticeship programs with the men and women in the trades? Because of the leadership of onshoring and reshoring, and have a lot of these companies reinvest in America. We have to build this country. We cannot do that without the tradesmen and women and the craftsmen of this country. And I think that, Howard and I, we talked about that from the beginning, and we're going to have to lean in on that because we need the labor force, 700,000 new skilled jobs with electricians, construction workers, machinists, and so forth. And as I traveled with the vice president as well, we see that on the manufacturing floors of this country, they're in desperate need. The Department of Labor are going to get the workforce skilled again. Working with Secretary McMahon as we move a lot of the education out to our respective states, we are now working together, and we have deployed $86 million in investments. And a lot of that is in AI infrastructure jobs to have our new workforce proficient and literate in AI if we're going to continue to lead the AI race. And we're working on that. And the Department of Labor is now creating and will soon launch the AI infrastructure and workforce hub, which we will be able to track that metrics to see exactly if these dollars are going correctly. Integrating education and workforce with obviously Administrator Leffler and I are on the road a lot together because we're talking about Main Street as well as a lot of the manufacturing jobs and how we're being an ally to our businesses as opposed to an adversary. For far too long under the Biden administration, we were adversaries to our business owners, and we want to give them a leg up always and make sure that we're paying attention. And we want our workforce to be educated. We do not need the numbers that we have seen across this country where our 4th through 8th graders cannot read, write, or do any math, and they are our future workforce. We have to depend on the American worker first. Also, lowering healthcare costs in line with the executive order. I'm working with Treasury and HHS, and rulemaking is underway to expand healthcare transparency and make pricing more affordable for our employers who offer these to their employees. Promoting retirement security. The department rescinded the Biden administration's guidance that restricted the use of crypto in the retirement investments, and we're seeing more and more of that, where we also rescinded the supplemental statement that discouraged the fiduciaries from considering the alternative assets for 401ks, and that will also come through the Department of Labor, that rulemaking. Ending abuse of cheap foreign labor at the expense of the American worker. We launched over 200 investigations into companies who will have abused and or fraudulently against the American worker. So Project Firewall was released. Thank you, Mr. President. We want the trained workforce, but we will root out the fraud and abuse, and we'll protect the American worker first. And slashing the job killing regulations. The department has rescinded discriminatory DEI practices. And I will tell you, reducing compliance costs for businesses as it was for DEI has saved American businesses nearly $1 billion this year by just getting rid of DEI for that compliance cost that they've had to do. So, Mr. President, continuing to skill the American worker, the American workforce is going to be my mission. We have to do it faster. We have to do it quicker. We have to build so that the American people can realize that American dream that you have laid out so eloquently. And it's an honor to serve under this administration and to talk to the American workers who believe in the American dream again, the pride on their face, the pride of the American worker, the skilled men and women who build with their hands. It's an honor. Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Very good job. Thank you very much. Chris?
Mr. President, I am honored and frankly inspired to sit at this table with this incredible team of leaders that work every day for one and only one constituency, the American people. Not this group or that group, the American people. The price of energy is very much on the mind of Americans. The biggest determinant of the price of energy is politicians, political leaders, and policies. That's what drives energy prices. Under your leadership, what we've seen in the United States is just a steady drop in the price of gasoline, a huge consumer cost for Americans. As you mentioned early on, well below $3 a gallon right now and trending downwards. There are a number of stations in the heartland of America with $1.99 signs flying today. That's simply impossible without the leadership and changes you've brought. Now, of course, you can go to California, where the average price of gasoline is between $4.50 and $5 a gallon today in California. That's just bad political leaders there and bad policies in California.
And taxes.
And taxes.
Taxes they charge on gasoline are just insane. Terrible.
And electricity prices is a very parallel story, but it's a bigger moving ship, so the changes are a little bit slower. But Americans are outraged at a roughly 30% rise in the average price of electricity across this country. But everything we are doing together is going to reverse that. Not just stop the rises, but start a downward trajectory in electricity prices. And I can say that with confidence, not because we think these policies will work. We know these policies will work, and I'll get to that in a second. We're going to stop closing power plants. We've already done that, of course. Stop closing the coal power plants and natural gas plants that were shut down. We've got over 30 gigawatts of generators just sitting there today, not allowed to run. Well, of course, we're fixing that immediately. We're going to bring on from our existing grid tens of gigawatts more capacity. It'll drive down the cost of electricity. But if we look at the last 5 years to see what works and what doesn't work, the most Trump-aligned policies in the electricity sector were by, no surprise, one of your cabinet members, Secretary Burgum, for 8 years governor of North Dakota. Over the last 5 years, production and demand for electricity in North Dakota grew 35%. Think what data center boom's going to do. And what happened? Electricity prices went down. Didn't rise slowly. They actually went down those 5 years. That's the answer. Trump-aligned energy policies increased demand for electricity. Nebraska and Texas, more Trump-aligned states, had significant growth in demand for electricity. They had electricity price rises, but well below the price of inflation. Unfortunately, Biden brought all of us a lot of inflation. If you look at the other end of the spectrum, California, New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Maryland, I could go on. What happened in those states? Policies and politicians that force the building of unreliable electricity generation, which requires new infrastructure and transmission lines. And what happened? Today, they produce less electricity than they did 5 years ago. A lot of spending money and less electricity. What does that mean? Of course, much faster rises in the price of electricity. Blue states have had 1.5 times faster rise in electricity prices than red states. Red states alone, less than inflation. We need to bring those policies. You are bringing those policies to the national level. We hope the blue states will come along with us, but your policies are going to start the decline of electricity prices nationwide under your leadership by just bringing back common sense. So thank you for allowing me to be part of this team. For people here who are focused on winning, special thanks to Howard and Scotty, who were there with me to see the Denver Broncos win on Monday night. Now we want nationwide wins on energy for 3 more years.
And we're doing more energy production than we've ever done by far right now.
Records across the board that'll continue to be reset every year you're in office.
Thank you very much.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for giving me a very interesting job. Some days it's a little controversial too, but it's been an honor to work for you. You are a great American. The fights that you pick are the right fights, and they're always on behalf of this country. So I appreciate the chance to do this job heading up this department. If you think about what Joe Biden did with the Department of Homeland Security, he used this department to invade the country with terrorists. He opened up the borders, let anybody come in that wanted to. He put them on airplanes. He let them through our airports. If they could figure out a way to get to our shores and in our country, he just opened the door and invited them in. So it's our job to get them out. And I want to thank you for this team, because I look around the table and I think every single person here has helped me do my job over the last year. They've supported us at the border and given us resources. Marco negotiates all the travel documents and relationships with other countries to take their people home. 2 million people have gone home already. The people that were here illegally, you've removed from our country and sent home. And we're going to send more home for the holidays too, and make sure that they get to be with their families in their countries. Yes.
Mostly the bad ones.
That's right. Pam.
Focus is the bad ones.
That's right.
And there are a lot of them.
Terrible, horrible people. And Pam, make sure she's fighting for us in court so that we can get up every day and be bold. We're going to hire our 10,000th ICE officer. Will be on the job within 10 days. So we have hired 10,000. We've had hundreds of thousands of applications. We've got within the department, TSA went through this government shutdown without any delays. They all showed up for their shifts and worked hard doing security. And they have been absolutely fantastic. Sir, you made it through hurricane season without a hurricane.
Yeah.
And so FEMA, you kept the hurricanes away. So we appreciate that. And FEMA is deploying resources and dollars 150% faster than ever before. So somebody does have something bad that happens to them, you are immediately there helping them and telling them they have the resources to get back up on their feet. So we have built and deployed hundreds of miles of border already. You have cut the fentanyl flow over the southern border by over 56%. You've saved hundreds of millions of lives with the cocaine you've blown up in the Caribbean. And, you told me to look into Minnesota and their fraud on visas and their programs. 50% of them are fraudulent, which means that wacko Governor Walz either is an idiot or he did it on purpose. And I think he's both, sir. He brought people in there illegally that never should have been in this country, said they were somebody that they're not. They said they were married to somebody who was their brother or somebody else. Fraudulent visa applications, signed up for government programs, took hundreds of billions of dollars from the taxpayers, and we're going to remove them and we're going to get our money back. And we're going to, this next year, make sure that we only put people in leadership positions in this country that love this country and have its back. So thank you for letting us get up every day and have a purpose. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, you're exactly right. We are saving this country. We're doing it one Main Street at a time, and we're doing it at record speed and at record levels. Under your leadership, small business optimism, according to the U.S. Chamber Index for small businesses, has reached an all-time high in the history of that index. So on Main Street, the economy is coming back thanks to your leadership, thanks to getting Biden inflation under control. Small businesses' number one concern right now is finding skilled labor, and that's why Secretary Chavez DeRemer and I have entered into an MOU to speed that workforce to small businesses that under this administration are now at record levels. 36 million small businesses have now taken on board, for the first time in the SBA's history, $100 billion. That's $45 billion in small business lending at 85,000 small businesses, most of that under your term, and $52 billion out to small business investment companies. So we are running this agency like the best run bank in the country. We are growing small businesses across Main Street, and we're deregulating to the tune of $100 billion, working with all my fellow cabinet members. And thank you for putting together the best cabinet in history. Iron sharpens iron. And thank you for bringing such a strong leadership group together. And then finally, I've walked factory floors from Alaska to Maine, and the workers, the small businesses, most manufacturers in this country are small businesses, 600,000 of them. They are so grateful to your fair trade, low inflation, deregulation agenda that is creating national security and economic security in this country like never before. And so I want to also finally thank you for bringing faith back to the White House, to this administration. I want to thank Brooke for hosting the Cabinet Bible Study and invite everyone tomorrow to Bible study and making this country something that we can be so proud of under your leadership. And I am so blessed and honored to be part of this team. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I am truly grateful to be a member of your team here at this table to help support you in delivering on the promises that you made to the American people. You came in with a very clear mandate of taking on the rampant weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community and federal law enforcement, experiencing yourself, the deep state abusing their power as they have against you, your family, and so many of the American people. Bring out accountability truly for those who have abused their power, making sure that the intelligence community is supporting your efforts in keeping the American people safe, secure, and free, and being the president of peace. I'm grateful to be in this position as your director of national intelligence to support you in these efforts. And I'll cover very briefly what we've done over the last year under your leadership and what we look forward to continuing to focus on next year. First of all, under your leadership, again, we've taken on a historic effort for transparency, declassification, and exposing these abuses of power by these deep state actors. We've declassified over 500,000 documents, many of which had never been seen before by the American people, put them online to bring about this level of transparency. We formed a weaponization working group, again, to be able to go after a lot of these abuses of power that have never seen the light of day, to support the accountability that under Pam Bondi's leadership in the Department of Justice is coming about. Secondly, bringing about reforms to the intelligence community to make sure that we have the most effective and efficient and focused workforce that's really working on bringing about the priorities you have laid out in ensuring our country's security. And lastly, Mr. President, working with many of our partners here around the table is going after these domestic threats. We have threats coming from both Islamist ideology as well as Islamist terrorists, foreign terrorist organizations, and those who seek to do harm to the American people, many of whom were let in across our borders under the previous administration. We are focused on these tasks and this imperative for the American people, and just appreciate your leadership, Mr. President, in empowering us to be able to conduct this service. Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Say it loud and clear. See?
Mr. President, your team at the Trump EPA has been crushing it all year to fix the big mess that we inherited and deliver amazing results for the American people. I've had the opportunity to visit all 50 states since confirmation earlier this year, and to hear from real people where they meet, where they live, and to bring their great ideas and their asks back to us to be able to deliver for them. At the Trump EPA, we have proven that you can both protect the environment and grow the economy. On the environmental front, since you were sworn in earlier this year, we have averaged a big environmental accomplishment every single day. On the 100th day, the 200th day, the 300th day of your presidency, each time we released a list of our top 100 environmental accomplishments. That has included a historic LA wildfire cleanup that you ordered us to complete in record time, which we did, and the Army Corps, under the leadership of our great Secretary of War, did their part as well. The federal government completely did all of the work needed to allow these residents and businesses to be able to rebuild, but poor leadership at the local and state level, unfortunately, is still resulting in these property owners unable to rebuild, and it's wrong. We also were able to reach an agreement with Mexico to be able to implement a plan to permanently end a decades-old raw sewage crisis on the southern border with Mexico. And Secretary Rubio and his team, Chris Landau, Ambassador Johnson, they've been amazing to get that done. On the deregulatory front, we have proudly launched a massive blitz that amounts to the largest deregulatory effort by any agency in the history of the United States. To put some perspective on it, in 1 year, at one agency, we will do more deregulation than entire presidencies have done across all agencies. It's incredible. You could go back across 4-year terms, 8-year terms. You've never seen this much deregulation. One agency, 1 year. In fact, when finalized, the proposed rescission of the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding amounts to the largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States of America. From fixing the agency's definition of waters of the United States, which is important for our farmers, our ranchers, and other landowners, to the effort to end electric vehicle mandates and promote consumer choice, eliminating regulations designed to eliminate entire sectors of our energy economy. We're thinking big and we're delivering big. We have reduced terrible derailments on diesel exhaust fluid systems. We're getting water moving faster, new pipelines and power plants built, and we're helping to unleash energy dominance. Mr. President, on the operational front, we have significantly reduced the size of the agency workforce, and we are accomplishing more with less. It's all about priorities, and our focus is on fulfilling our statutory obligations, helping to fast track project approvals that were taking way too long, and closely following the law, as well as key Supreme Court decisions like Loper-Bright that overturned the Chevron doctrine. We inherited massive backlogs that we have been eliminating all year long. We've been implementing your executive order to end COVID-era remote work. We consolidated real estate, canceled expensive media subscriptions, and closed a Biden EPA museum that none of you knew even existed. I'm sure none of you actually visited. To put it another way, in 2024, the Biden EPA obligated and spent over $60 billion in 1 year, an agency with an operational budget of about $10 billion a year. In their own words, caught on camera, they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic. wasting precious tax dollars to pay off well-connected Obama and Biden officials. And they were doing it without any apology or regret. The Biden EPA, in fact, was amending grant agreements just days before you came into office to reduce agency oversight. But this year, 2025, at the Trump EPA, similar theme that you'll hear from everyone around this table. With our actions canceling wasteful grants and implementing other measures just mentioned, we have saved $30 billion. They spent over $60 billion. We have saved over $30 billion. The bottom line, by the way, is that the Green New scam is dead. It's a new day at the EPA where we will protect the environment and grow the economy. We will deliver on the Trump mandate every day. And we will fight with just one constituency front of mind, and that is the American people. Thank you, Mr. President, for being willing to take a bullet for this country. And if you were to ask me what I'm grateful for, whether it's a Thanksgiving, it's a Christmas, a Hanukkah, a New Year's, any time of year, the fact that this president, after 4 years serving in office, he could have just left it in the rearview mirror and went on to really enjoy retirement. But he is willing to take a bullet for all of you tuning in at home because he believes in his flag, our freedom, our liberties, and to save the greatest country in the history of the world. So I'm grateful this holiday season for you, Mr. President. You're willing to take a bullet for all of us, and by all of us, it's the American public.
Thank you. Mr. President, good morning, everyone. Well, in spite of the fact that your charge to me is to fire myself, we've really been incredibly hard at work making sure that we can return education to the states. And as I sit and listen to all the emergencies that we are addressing in this country, from the economy to our borders to everything that we're doing, I would say, sir, that if we do not fix education in our country with this hard reset that you are expecting, I think the greatest national emergency we could face is our education. Because if we are not going to educate our children, we're going to continue to fall behind the rest of the world. When there are only 30% of 12th graders, 8th graders, and 4th graders that can read at proficiency level, that is an incredibly harsh statement to make about our country. And you told me when you first were elected president and you looked at, I think, right after you took office, the first NAEP scores, which is Nation's Report Card, came out and showed how far down we were in educational proficiency in our country. And not only the NAEP scores, but the international scores as well showed us about third from the bottom. You told me you were not only embarrassed, but you were angry about this and that we had to do something to change this in our country. And we took a hard look at it, and you absolutely said the bureaucracy of education in Washington is keeping its thumb on preventing growth, what we should have, because it's best handled at the state level. Letting states put their programs in place, and some states are going to do it a lot better than others. But it's not going to happen from Washington, D.C. And when I hear things like, well, with no disrespect to any other country in the world that have really great programs, Germany, Sweden, Norway, I hear about this all the time. Point of fact is, they're this big. The United States is this big. We can't do it from Washington, D.C. It has to be done at the state level. So what we've been doing, as Lori brought up, Secretary of Labor brought up, we have a great working relationship. We have already signed and implemented one MOU or interagency agreement to handle the WIOA program and the Perkins grants to make sure it works. I call these, these are programs, pilot programs that we're putting out there. And if these are going to work, we will be able to permanently transfer these programs to other agencies. They're working like a charm. We've taken some of our best people in education. It still operates under the budget of the Department of Education and under the management of the Department of Education, but working with Lori's personnel. And when I hear pushback on that to say, well, how can this possibly work to take education and put it in labor? Let's be efficient. One example, in order to draw down on a lot of the grants that they are helping us with, we're using their grant system. The grant system at the Department agreements, 2 more with labor, 1 with HHS, 1 with the Department of State, and we'll be moving other programs, but these are proof of concept. Let's make sure they're working and working smoothly before we ask Congress to codify these permanent moves. So that's kind of in the world of K through 12, what we're looking at right now, but in the world of higher education, as Attorney General Bondi mentioned, we've been working really very hard to make sure that we've got anti-Semitism and DEI out of our universities, and put some pretty stiff fines on, worked some good deals. I've enjoyed working with Harmeet, who is just an incredible negotiator. So we're bringing all of that to bear as well. So I can say, sir, that we are moving to return education to the states and to bring the level of education back up, making sure our students can read by reintroducing the science of reading in school. And going into next year, I can honestly say that we've got a lean, mean machine operating at the Department of Education. There's only half the workforce when we started, and we're more efficient, and I think we're going to see better results as we move into next year. So thank you for this incredible opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President, during this holiday season for empowering us, HHS, me, Dr. McCary, Jay Bhattacharya, and Dr. Oz to change the trajectory of this agency towards public health in a way from the tradition of serving the mercantile interests of the medical industrial complex and the big pharmaceutical companies. 2 weeks ago, we ended, under your leadership, a 20-year war on women by removing the black box warnings from hormone replacement therapy. The medical cartel was telling women that hormone replacement therapy during menopause was dangerous for them. In fact, here's what the science said. It diminishes the risk of fatal heart attacks by 25%, cardiac disease by 50%, Alzheimer's by 35%, bone fractures by 50 to 60%. It improves appetite, it improves sleep, it improves energy, it improves happiness. There are tens of millions of women in this country who have been deprived of that therapy because of just scientific malpractice by the medical cartel. We are now remedying that, and this remedy will now be available to all women who want it during one of the most difficult transitions of their lives. MFN is one of our greatest accomplishments. It would not have happened without you. You were the only person who believed in it. You drove us to get it done. We've now made agreements with the 5 biggest pharmaceutical companies. We have 12 more in the lineup to make agreements. By the time this administration leaves office, 95% of the drugs in this country we will have the lowest prices of any nation in the developed world. Americans are already getting the benefits from these. These companies are already lowering these prices dramatically, as you've noticed. And then this week, Howard at the Department of Commerce and Jameson at the U.S. Trade Representative made a bargain with Great Britain to raise their drug prices in conformance with your promise that the Europeans would raise theirs to counterbalance us lowering ours, and therefore we would keep intact the ecosystem of innovation and protect innovation. So congratulations on that, Mr. President. When you first asked me to take this job, one of the first contacts we made was with a leading economics professor, health economics professor at Harvard. And we asked him what's the one innovation that we could do that would most dramatically improve the health care experience for the average American. And he said there's no contest, it's to get rid of prior authorization. Thanks to your leadership, we were able to convene the largest insurance companies in this country and do something that every administration, every Congress has promised for the past 30 years. We actually got it done. We convened the insurance companies representing 280 million Americans and got them to agree, most of them by January of 2026, for 2 months from now, remove prior authorization for most of their procedures, for all the procedures we want them removed from. And that means that American patients at the point of care will be able to get an answer immediately. If your doctor says you need knee surgery, you will know before you leave that doctor's office whether your insurance company will pay for it or not. Similarly, healthcare records, the tech industry has refused to share healthcare records. You asked us to change that. We convened the 60 biggest tech companies at a conference that you presided over about 2 months ago. We now did a secondary conference, which 400 leading companies all come in and agreed to remove any kind of blockages where individual Americans can get their own health care. Americans own their healthcare records, yet they were not able to access them. And if you lived in New Jersey and you moved to Oregon and you got injured, you went to a hospital, you would have to spend maybe 45 minutes filling out forms on a clipboard, because your doctors there could not get your healthcare records. They couldn't get your blood type, your allergies, all the things that they ought to know immediately so they can save your life. Now that has all changed, and all these companies now have agreed to remove all the blocks on sharing healthcare records. Every American will have their healthcare records available on their cell phones. And it's already happening. In the last 6 months, there have been over 100 times the number of healthcare records shared by hospitals and during the entire previous administration. On deregulation, HHS proudly is now leading the pack, and thank you for your help on that, Russ. But today we announced the revocation of the nursing home rule, which was overburdening rural areas across this country, Indian reservations, with regulations that were going to destroy the nursing home industry in those communities. And that is going to be a $25 billion savings. Those are some of the things that we're doing because of your leadership. President Trump, thank you so much, and Merry Christmas to you. Thank you, Bob, very much. Great job.
Well, Mr. President, you've assembled an incredibly talented group here. If you took a look at this group compared to any Fortune 500 leadership team, any group of startup folks, I mean, this is an amazing group in the breadth of what's being accomplished. And the timing couldn't be better because with your leadership and vision, you've set us up for this age of abundance as we head into next year, the 250th anniversary of this country. And what are we heading into that year? As we've talked around the table, you've heard about massively lower taxes, massively lower regulation, abundant energy, record capital investment coming in, job growth. I mean, we are set up to really have something to celebrate next year. And I just, again, want to say thank you to everybody around the table. You gave us one big assignment in Interior. Of course, Interior, the largest balance sheet in the world. In the Department of Interior, if it was a standalone company, 500 million acres of surface, 700 million acres of subsurface, over 3 billion of offshore from Guam to the Virgin Islands. And you said, we got to take care of that balance sheet. We got to develop those resources. And what have we done across that? Producing record amounts of oil, record amounts of gas. And again, we set out with a goal, energy diplomacy, sell energy to our friends and allies. We're exporting a record amount of energy to all of our friends and allies around the world. That's helping do that. And you're giving a gift to America as we head into this. You're giving us peace abroad and you're giving us prosperity at home. That bodes so well for our country. One small little gift that we're giving to all Americans from one teeny part of Interior, which is the national parks, is that not only are we keeping prices low for all American citizens, offering 10 free days for our national parks next year to coincide with our holidays, but also a $100 surcharge for non-residents. That is going to raise hundreds of millions of dollars for our
for helping restore and preserve all of our best parks. So as we close out, then I want to also say a big celebration going on here in Washington, D.C. We've been thrilled to be part of the National Park Service, the U.S. Park Police, part of this great effort across a number of us on making DC safe and beautiful. This will be the safest and most beautiful capital in the world. We are doing so many things, whether it's hundreds of homeless camps, thousands of graffiti sites, cleaning up ponds and fountains, preparing this thing. The United States is never going to be performing better economically. It's never going to be looking better, just like the White House has never looked better, all because of your vision leadership. So again, thank you, sir. You've given an incredible Christmas gift to Americans by setting us up for an incredible 250th anniversary.
That's very nice. Thank you, Doug, very much. Rocco?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, this is a very talented team, as you've seen, and as you know, because you picked every single one that's on. You deserve tremendous credit for doing that. It's an honor to be in this role. It's also an honor to be involved in and be a witness to what I believe is the most transformational year in American foreign policy since the end of the Second World War, at least. And it's transformational because for the first time in a long time, we have a president who basically puts America at the forefront of every decision we make in our relations with the world. And that may sound weird to people, like, of course you always do. No, that hasn't always been the case until about a year ago. And I think we've all witnessed in our own respective spaces how in every interaction the president has with the world, the goal he has in mind is very simple. Does what you want us to do, or is it what or is it going to make us stronger? Is it going to make us richer? Is it going to make us safer? If it is, he's for it. If it's not, he's against it. If something's going to make America weaker or poorer or less safe, the president's going to be against it. And every single thing he has done in our foreign policy has been driven by the American people in mind. And I can go down the list. Why has he focused on mass migration? It's very simple, because no country is safe if you can just walk in without us knowing who you are into your country. We've seen the destruction that that's wreaking, not just in our own country, but the impact that it's having in Europe and in many other parts of the world. You talk about trade deals and the trade situation has been involved in. People, all this reporting on it. It's very simple. The president views the last 40 years as an era of which American workers and American farmers have been ripped off. They've been ripped off, and what he's saying is we want to have trade with the world, but it has to be a trade in which American businesses and American workers and the products they make and what American farmers grow and produce has a fair shot to be sold around the world. On issue after issue, that's been the case. You talk about foreign aid reforms. This is not our money. This is taxpayer money. When the president has said we're going to do foreign aid, but we're going to do foreign aid for countries that are aligned with the United States and in a way that doesn't waste the taxpayers' money. Mr. President, you deserve tremendous credit for that. Many of us, the vice president, by the way, I want to acknowledge, has played an extraordinary role in our foreign policy, and he too has been a witness to all of this as it's been occurring, and he's been a big part of it as well. You talk about NATO. The president's not against NATO. He went to NATO and basically said, look, you guys, we're paying all the money. And he got them to do the 5% commitment, which everybody said was never going to happen. It was impossible. Everything this president does is driven by the American people. Whether you don't have to agree with the actual move, but understand the motivation. The motivation is always you, the American people, and what's good for you, for your family, for the country, and for our economy. But the president is also committed to peace in a way that all of us have seen. He achieved in Gaza, and he does it, by the way, not just because he hates war and he thinks wars are a waste of money and lives, but because he's the only leader in the world that can. No other leader in the world could have pulled off what happened in Gaza. And I can tell you, I can't get into the details. The vice president knows what I'm talking about. That deal doesn't happen without the president's direct interaction with the leaders that were involved in this decision making. And everyone said that deal couldn't hold. And then the president shepherded through the United Nations of all places to get a global coalition of countries to line up behind the peace deal, behind the border peace. And it's still, every day is a challenge. But it's been driven personally by the president. It's the reason why we're involved in this whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's not our war. It's not the president's war. This war started. It never would have happened if you've been president. But this war is going on, and the president is trying to end it, not because, listen, we got a million things to focus on in the world as a country, but he's the only leader in the world that can help end it. And that's why even as we speak to you now, Steve Woodcock is in Moscow, trying to find a way to end this war, to save lives of 9,000 people, Mr. President, as you know, are dying every week. More people are dying a week in that war than have died in the entirety of the U.S.'s involvement in Afghanistan or Iraq. Just think about that, how bloody and destructive it is. The president's taken on this issue of Sudan personally, not send out deputies to do it. Again, far away from the United States, because he's the only leader in the world that can bring it about to an end, not to mention all the other peace deals, very dangerous ones like India and Pakistan or Cambodia and Thailand. And so on all these things, Mr. President, I think you deserve tremendous credit for the transformational aspect of our foreign policy. For the first time in probably 4 decades, the American foreign policy is driven by what is good for America and Americans, whether it makes us safer and stronger and more prosperous. If it is, he's for it. If it doesn't, he's against it. And that sort of clarity is transformational. I close with this, and I know I'm last, so I wanted to be fast, but there was a lot to cover. I do want to say this is the most wonderful and magical time of the year. By that, of course, I'm referring to the college football playoffs. And I just want to say this as a point of personal privilege. And I'm a Florida Gator, but if the University of Miami gets screwed out of the college football playoffs after going 10-2 and beating Notre Dame, the whole thing should be scrapped, and you're going to have to take over it next year.
Well, thank you all very much. It was terrific. I hope it wasn't too long, but it was very concise, and we've done a lot. This group has done a lot. Amazing. Everybody at this table has done a fantastic. And Susie, thank you for doing a great job, as our chief has said. First female chief of staff in the history of our country, which is pretty amazing when you think of it, right? And she's the best. Thank you very much. Great job. So after that, do you want to ask any questions?
Mr. President, there's been a lot of speculation about who the next Fed chairman could possibly be. You said you had somebody in mind.
Yeah.
How many names were you given on the final list? And does that person currently work on the board of the Federal Reserve?
Well, I'd say that we probably looked at 10. And Scott interviewed some people that I didn't know, but he knew. And a lot of people were involved in the process, actually. And Howard was involved. But I think we probably looked at 10, and we have it down to 1.
I want to ask you about Elon Musk, if I could. You talked about Elon Musk. You had him at dinner here in the White House. Is he now back in your circle of friends?
Well, I really don't know. I mean, I like Elon a lot. He was he really helped during the election with his endorsement. He felt strongly. Look, we had one problem. I didn't want to have everybody have to have an electric car, and he makes electric cars. And I think we get along well.
On affordability, when you talk about affordability, is going forward, are the American people, do you believe, getting impatient with the reforms that you're making? They talked about
I think they're getting fake news from guys like you. Look, affordability is a hoax that was started by Democrats who caused the problem of pricing, and they didn't end it. They lost in a landslide. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. You take a look at districts, it was 2,750 to 525, because that was an affordability problem. We brought it down. Look at energy. Look at the gasoline price. That's like the simplest, and it's the biggest, because if energy comes down, everything comes down. That's the way it works. We are going to be at 250. You said 199 in some places in the country, right? You said it. I didn't say it. And they won't check you. They'll check me. So, I like to use your number. 199 a gallon. Unthinkable. If you go back a year and a half ago, it's unthinkable. So, no, we're bringing the prices down, way down. Beef is coming down now. We've done certain magic, and beef is coming down. But we inherited horrible prices. We inherited really the worst inflation in history. We inherited that. When I came in, that's what he had. And we fixed inflation. And we fixed almost everything, if you want to know the truth, including 8 wars. We got 1 to go, but including 8 wars. But when they always say, I watched today where they have a race going on right now in Tennessee, and this woman goes, affordability. They're the ones that caused the problem. The prices were way high. We're bringing the prices down. But they're like scam artists. They're I call them con men and women. They come out, they say affordability, like, I see prices. We're going to get prices down still further. But we brought them down from the prices they cost. The reason that they had the highest inflation in the history of our country is because they had the highest prices, but we brought them down, and now we have normal inflation. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you so much for taking questions.
Thank you.
Assembled. Sure. Cabinet. I wanted to clarify something that you had said on Sunday regarding the boat strikes near Venezuela. You had said that you didn't know if the second strike on that one boat had happened, but you wouldn't have wanted it. Now that your administration has acknowledged that it happened, do you support that second strike? And Mr. Secretary, I wanted to clarify something you had said in an interview back in September, I believe on Fox News. You said that you would watch that strike live on television. In real time, did you know that there were survivors after the initial strike?
Well, look, all I know is this: every boat that you see get blown up, we save 25,000 on average lives. 25,000 lives. They've been sending enough of this horrible fentanyl and other things like cocaine and other things, but fentanyl right now is the leader of the pack, to kill our entire nation. Because a little speck on the head of a pin can kill somebody. It's very dangerous stuff. I know so many people where their sons were drug addicts. They had one little sample, and they died. They died. They couldn't believe it. As far as the attack is concerned, I still haven't gotten a lot of information because I rely on Pete. But to me, it was an attack. It wasn't one strike, two strikes, three strikes. Somebody asked me a question about the second strike. I didn't know about the second strike. I didn't know anything about people. I wasn't involved in it. I knew they took out a boat. But I would say this, they had a strike. I hear the gentleman that was in charge of that is extraordinary. He's an extraordinary person. I'll let Pete speak about him. But Pete was satisfied. Pete didn't know about second attack having to do with two people. And I guess Pete would have to speak to it. I can say this, I want those boats taken out. And if we have to, we'll attack on land also, just like we attack on sea. And there's very little coming in by sea. I think we've knocked out over 90% of it. There's very little, and I understand that. There's very little. We're saving hundreds of thousands of lives with those pinpoint attacks. It's an amazing thing when you see a boat going along. And, a lot of the press would like to say they're not. You see the boat. They're not maybe drugs. You see these boats. First of all, who has 5 engines on the back of a boat going in weird directions and loaded up with lots of white containers? They're bags of things. No, they've done an amazing job. And Pete has done an amazing job. But Pete, you could probably better answer the question.
No, you're spot on, sir. I think you got to start with the baseline, which Marco laid out, everybody's laid out. You got 20 million people invading our country over 4 years. We don't know where they're coming from. That includes Tren de Aragua and cartels and violent criminals. They bring drugs, and you mentioned it, Mr. President, poisoning, an intentional poisoning of the American people, killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. So the president had the courage to designate these cartels as designated terrorist organizations. Now, a number of us here served in the military and spent 20 years fighting terrorists like Al-Qaeda and ISIS on the other side of the world. How do you treat Al-Qaeda and ISIS? Do you arrest them and treat them, pat them on the head and say, don't do that again? Or do you end the problem directly by taking a lethal, kinetic approach? And that's the way President Trump has authorized the War Department to look at these cartels. And I wish everybody could be in the room watching our professionals like Mitch Bradley, Admiral Mitch Bradley, and others at JSOC.
An excuse to go after the oil,
the deliberative process, the detail, the rigorous, the intel, the legal, the evidence-based way that we're able to, with sources and methods that we can't reveal here, that make sure that every one of those drug boats is tied to a designated terrorist organization. We know who's on it, what they're doing, what they're carrying. All these white bales are not Christmas gifts from Santa. This is drugs running on 4-motor fast boats or submarines that we've also struck. No one's fishing on a submarine. And I have empowered them to make that call. Now, the first couple of strikes, as any leader would want, you want to own that responsibility. So I said, I'm going to be the one to make the call after getting all the information and make sure it's the right strike. That was September 2nd. There's a lot of intelligence that goes into that, building that case and understanding that, a lot of people providing information. I watched that first strike live. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs. So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later, I learned that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do, And by the way, Admiral Bradley made the correct decision to ultimately sink the boat and eliminate the threat. He sunk the boat, and eliminated the threat. And it was the right call. We have his back, and the American people are safer because narco terrorists know you can't bring drugs through the water and eventually on land if necessary to the American people. We will eliminate that threat, and we're proud to do it.
So you didn't see any survivors, to be clear, after that?
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand, because the thing was on fire. It was exploded in fire or smoke. You can't see anything. You got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick and you plant fake stories in the Washington Post about kill everybody, phrases on anonymous sources not based in anything, not based in any truth at all. And then you want to throw out really irresponsible terms about American heroes, about the judgment that they made. I wrote a whole book on this topic because of what politicians and the press does to warfighters. President Trump has empowered commanders to do what is necessary, which is dark and difficult things in the dead of night on behalf of the American people. We support them, and we will stop the poisoning of the American people.
And Mr. Secretary, on the second strike, you said happened more than an hour.
I couldn't tell you the exact amount of time.
Minutes, or you had left the room?
I already stated my answer quickly.
So remember this, we lost last year. I think it was more than that, but people don't like saying it because they always said 100,000, 115,000, numbers we've been hearing for years. So we lost last year more than 200,000 people, dead people, ruined families beyond the 200,000. And those 200,000, that family will never be the same. But these people have killed over 200,000 people, actually killed over 200,000 people last year. And those numbers are down. They're way down. And they're down because we're doing these strikes, and we're going to start doing those strikes on land too. The land is much easier. And we know the routes they take. We know everything about them. We know where they live. We know where the bad ones live. And we're going to start that very soon too.
Mr. President, thank you so much, Mr. President.
And you know what? When we start that, we're going to drive those numbers down so low. And then you're going to have families be able to live without the fear of their son or daughter just having a pill to have a little fun and ending up dying within a period of 60 seconds, right? No, we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let it continue to happen. What Biden did to this country by allowing all these people, and I call them animals in many cases, I think they're animals, to come into our country and destroy our country and let all those drugs pour in, let people just walk across the border like it was nothing. You look at them, a lot of them, you say, oh, let's not discriminate. I'm not talking about color. I'm just talking about you look into the eyes of some of these people. We're smart. And you see a killer. Come on in. Just come on in. 11,888 murderers. Many of them committed more than one murder. He allowed them into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. But he also allowed drugs to come in at record numbers. And hundreds of thousands of people a year died. And we're taking those son of a bitches out, yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for taking your questions. I think this is the most transparent administration I've ever seen.
I'm impressed by these people. I'll tell you, how strong are you? You've been holding that for 2 hours. There are very few physically. There are very few people that do. I'm very proud of you. I have no idea who you are, but you're strong.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last week, militia groups in Iraq attacked the Christian region's gas field, the largest gas field, which even the U.S. companies invested in the energy sector in the Christian region. And the Christian Prime Minister requested the United States to provide them some sorts of means and defense systems in defending their civilian infrastructure and U.S. investment in the Christian region. Are you willing to providing them this support? And if I had this question, tomorrow the United States is going to open and inaugurate.
Can you speak louder?
Yeah, of course.
Is that possible? You're the most gentle, beautiful voice. You're a gentle person. Go ahead. Just take fewer words and louder.
Yeah, sure. I repeat my first question. Last week, the Iraqi militia groups attacked one of the largest gas fields in the Christian region of Iraq, which even the U.S. companies have invested in these gas fields.
Yeah.
And then,
are you from Iraq?
I'm from Kurdistan, Iraqi Kurdistan. Yeah. Working for Huda Media Network. and the Kurdistan region prime minister, he requested the United States to providing them some sort of defense system to defending these guys feel this unused investment in the Kurdistan region. Are you willing to helping them?
Well, we'll look at it. I heard about it, and I'm hearing about it more now, frankly. It wasn't at the top of my list. It's a very unusual question, I think, but I assume you're from the area, and to you it's a very important question, and to me it is also, because people are being killed. I will say this, Iraq has been much different in terms of us than they were prior to us taking out the nuclear capability of Iran. You know, Iran has gone down many, many steps in terms of its fear factor. They were the bully of the Middle East, and they're really not the bully of the Middle East anymore. And Iraq was being bullied by Iran. You know, we had a president that thought it was brilliant to blow them up, and they blew them up. And all of a sudden, instead of having a power that was basically equal to Iran, they had Iran ruling the Middle East for a long period of time. But Iraq, from the day we hit them with those B-2 bombers and knocked out and obliterated, because CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't total obliteration. Well, it turned out it was totally obliteration. It was every single one of those missiles hit its target. It was actually amazing, but it was wiped out, totally wiped out. I will tell you, Iraq has been a much friendlier place. They talk to us. The prime minister actually nominated me along with about 78 other countries for the Nobel Prize. I'm the only one that was nominated by almost 100 countries that didn't get it, but that's okay. But I saved a lot of lives. But Iraq
He really wants that Nobel Peace
nominated
Prize, huh?
us for the Nobel Prize, and that was a great honor. You know, we didn't expect that from Iraq. Iraq has been a much different place since the taking out of Iran the nuclear capability. Yeah, let's get to another question.
The meeting.
Here we go. This guy's a beauty. Go ahead.
Secretary Rubio mentioned the meetings ongoing in Russia today. Do you have any update from Mr. Wickoff and Mr. Kushner on that?
No, because I've been spending too much time with you. I mean, we're spending a lot of time in here. We wanted to do this you talk about being open and transparent. This has to be the most transparent administration in history. We spent a lot of time answering your questions and giving you a lot of good results. I mean, I think everybody here gave you good results. But no, I don't. I will have after I leave here.
But do you hope for a breakthrough, or is it not quite at that stage?
I don't know. Look, I don't know. All I can tell you is that we're trying very hard to save 25 to 30,000 people, mostly men, mostly soldiers, every month. 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers. It's impossible. That's half a stadium. Take a big football stadium. Take half of those people in a stadium, and they're wiped out. They're killed every month. It's crazy. That war is crazy. And it would have never happened with me, and it didn't happen for 4 years.
You just mentioned some potential land strikes. Can you elaborate anything on that? Are you talking
Yeah,
about
I'll elaborate. If they come in through a certain country or any country, or if we think they're building mills for whether it's fentanyl or cocaine. I hear Colombia, the country of Colombia, is making cocaine. They have cocaine manufacturing plants, okay? And then they sell us their cocaine. We appreciate that very much. But yeah, anybody that's doing that and selling it into our country is subject to attack.
So not necessarily just Venezuela.
No, not just Venezuela. No. Venezuela's been very bad. Venezuela's been really bad in something else, probably worse than most, but a lot of other people do it too. They would send murderers into our country. They would empty their jails into our country. They sent people into our country that we don't want. They sent their drug dealers and their drug people into our country. They sent people from their mental institutions into our country, and we're getting them out. That was bad. That was real bad. And they also sent drugs. Yeah.
I'm Tim Walz, Mr. President. Do you think he should resign over the fraud scandal in his state?
And who should?
Tim Walz, over the fraud scandal in his state.
Look, I think the man's a grossly incompetent man. I thought that from the day I watched KD destroy him in a debate. I was saying, who was more incompetent, that man or my man? I had a man and he had a man. They were both incompetent. And I had a man and a woman. I thought she was very incompetent too, but now she's leading the field. And I think she's leading the field in this for the nomination. Anyway, look, that's up to them. That's up to the Democrats. You know, the problem with them is they have really bad policy. And I'm not going to say what it is because I don't want them to change it necessarily because I want to run against it. Whether it's not going to be me, it's going to be somebody that's going to probably sitting at this table. Could be a couple of people sitting at this table. Could be a couple of people running together sitting at this table. You know,
Sounds like he knows something.
I want them
we
to
don't.
win because we've done a great job for this country, and I want that to be carried
I mean, I
forward.
think we all know that J.D. Vance and
you know,
Secretary
I think we have
Rubio
a
are going to be
tremendous
the
bench,
main
really a
ticket
tremendous bench
on the Republican Party.
But no, I think that Waltz is a grossly incompetent man. There's something wrong with him. Okay, there's something wrong with him. And when you look at what he's done with Somalia, which is barely a country, you know, they have no anything. They just run around killing each other. There's no structure. And when I see somebody like Ilhan Omar, who I don't know at all, but I always watch her for years. I've watched her complain about our Constitution, how she's being treated badly. Our Constitution, the United States of America is a bad place. Hates everybody, hates Jewish people, hates everybody. And I think she's an incompetent person. She's a real terrible person. But when I watch what is happening in Minnesota, the land of 1,000 lakes or however many lakes they have, they got a lot of lakes, but this beautiful place. And I see these people ripping it off. And now I'm understanding, and you're going to look at that, Scott. I hear they ripped off Somalians, ripped off that state for billions of dollars, billions, every year, billions of dollars, and they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you. Okay, somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I could say that about other countries too.
Stinks.
I can say it about other countries too.
Just
we
like
don't want
India.
them to hell. We have to rebuild our country. You know, our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell and they complain and do nothing but bitch, we don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it.
Go back to where you came from.
Thank you very much, everybody.
There we go. Well, there we go. We just heard from President Trump. Not only from President Trump, we heard from his cabinet members there, all giving their updates of the success that they've seen over the past 10 months of the administration. Very, very interesting stuff on the table today. Lots to talk about, lots to go through. Thanks for joining in. If you're just joining Straight Talk Live, we are just going live today. It's December 2nd, Tuesday. It is 1:09 p.m. Central Time. Coming to you live outside of St. Louis, Missouri, here talking about the cabinet meeting. And coming up next, soon, we will see President Trump's big announcement. He's going to have a big announcement, he said, that he's dropping very, very soon. And so when that starts, we'll be tuning into that as well. Got it pulled up here, just keeping a pulse on that, watching very closely. So stay tuned. Don't go away. You're going to want to stay locked in on the stream. We're going to be watching the big announcement. And while we're waiting, just wanted to go through the cabinet meeting, kind of the chaos that we saw. That's started by the legacy media, to be honest. So stirring up strife, stirring up turmoil, all kinds of things. Oh, we got a caller here. Hey, Nick, you're live on the stream. What's up?
Yeah, just calling to say that Israel's a scam.
Live on the stream. Wow. Got a live caller here telling us Israel is a scam. If you think the same, throw it in the chat. Throw it in the chat. Nick, go ahead and join as a participant. We'll bring you up here, and we'll have a conversation about it. I sent the link to you.
I'm trying to join. I got to download something it's saying.
Yeah, if you just download the Studio app, you'll be able to join in. It's just like the Rumble app. It's super easy. See you in a minute. Well, we'll have a guest here. Nick, our producer, joining in shortly to talk. Sounds like he wants to talk about Israel and Netanyahu, the war going on in Israel, and about AIPAC and how they have a hold on the American government. Well, before we get into that, though, I want to unpack the cabinet meeting that we just saw with President Trump and his really strong cabinet. Lots going on for the America First agenda, eliminating the Department of Education, giving it back to the states. And if you're just joining in, just want to say thank you for joining, Patriots. My name is Isaiah. I host a weekly show, Straight Talk, with Isaiah Asher on Rumble. And we want to start getting into a bi-weekly show where we start streaming on Tuesdays and Fridays. So just trying something new today because President Trump had some big announcements today with his cabinet meeting. And coming up shortly, we'll see a big announcement that he's been teasing this entire week. So stay tuned. We're going to get to that shortly. As soon as the feed goes live, we will be joining in with the White House. But want to talk about the big story that came out of this cabinet meeting with Pete Hegseth talking about the kinetic strikes in the international waters, as we've seen, the stirring up of the war, that the potential war with Venezuela. So we just watched this wild cabinet meeting, one of the wildest cabinet meetings in history. President Trump is minutes away, like I said, from dropping the biggest announcement he said he's had in a while. So again, writing this whole thing live. If you're just joining, comment right now, Patriot in the chat, drop a American flag. Drop in some donations because we do have costs we incur for this stream. And 100% of the proceeds go right back into the stream to serve you, the listener. All right, chat. Absolutely nuclear right now. First thing that hit me, again, like I'm saying, Pete Hegseth straight up bragging about 83 dead narco terrorists, boats destroyed in these 21 kinetic strikes that happened. The entire room laughed when he said that it's hard to find more boats to hit, actually. And so we have a clip pulled up here. Let me just share my screen. And then we'll go to the clip as soon as I get this here. Let's watch this clip.
I'm not sure either, sir, because
Down 91% by sea.
we've had a bit of a pause because it's hard to find boats to strike right now, which is the entire point, right? Deterrence has to matter, not arrest and hand over and then do it again, the rinse and repeat approach of previous administrations. This is meant to get after that approach. I'm not sure either, sir, because
down 91%.
You heard it there from Pete Hegseth, right?
Pause because it's
saying
hard
that
to
they had to
find
put a
boats
quick
to strike right now.
pause on the kinetic strikes because they're having an issue finding enough boats to actually hit. The entire room erupts in laughter. If you're an American First patriot listening right now, throw in some American flags in the chat, because if you are a true America First patriot and you're going to laugh about these dead terrorists, all you're doing is inciting and feeding the war machine exactly what they want. You see, not a lot of people, most Americans have no idea what's actually happening in Venezuela. But President Trump is already talking about us getting involved, even teasing boots on the ground. And that should freak you out as an American First patriot. I want to give you a quick rundown here if you don't know what's going on in Venezuela, because Venezuela used to be the richest country in South America. They had massive oil, a massive oil economy. Sorry. It was booming, one of the biggest in South America. Very, very strong middle class, something that we could even say rivaled America until socialism hit. We had Hugo Chavez, and then most recently, Nicolas Maduro, bringing in socialism and communism into the countries. They nationalized the industries, they destroyed private businesses, and they printed money like crazy, just like the Biden administration was doing. And then boom, what do you know? Total collapse of the economy, total collapse of the nation. And what do we have today? We have people who can't afford food. 7 million, over 7 million people actually have fled the country. They fled Venezuela. We have crime rampant, corruption rampant, and they've enabled this dictatorship that they have now. All of this is enabled by the people. Now, where does America come in, you might be asking? Why is America getting involved in Venezuelans' conflict, in this other countries, this foreign nations' issues? Well, we see Washington sees this crisis, and immediately what they're thinking is, let's fix it. Let's jump right on it. We can do it. We're the savior of the world. We're America. And the actual translation of what that means is, hey, let's go ahead. Let's spend billions of taxpayer dollars. Let's get troops on the ground. Let's nation build. And let's repeat the same disaster that we had in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Libya, and everywhere else in the world where we're nation building. I call Venezuela, I called it the other day on Twitter, I called this is Iraq 2.0. That's what Venezuela is going to be. Mark my words. If we put boots on the ground, this will be Iraq 2.0. And yes, like I said, oil is the most massive part of this. Venezuela has the largest proven oil reserves in the world. The entire world, much larger than America. So when DC says, when President Trump says, when Pete Hegseth says, we just want to help. We want to help them out. We want to support that nation because that's going to help America. What they really mean is we want their oil. That's how that's going to help America. And here's the truth that nobody in the media is telling you. This is the truth that nobody in the media will say. Venezuela's collapse is tragic, but it is not America's job to fix it. America first means America only, not Venezuela first, not Israel first, no other nation except America. Not foreign oil first, not endless wars first, nothing else first except America. The American people, Main Street. That's who we need to support. We want to rebuild this other country when we can't even fix our own borders, our own economy, our own cities, our own education system, our own healthcare system. And we're spending time trying to nation build, pandering to the globalist elites. And don't get me wrong, I agree. Pray for the Venezuelan people. But let's stop having DC use every crisis that they see in the world as a reason to send our money away, bring our troops into that nation, put American lives at risk, and put our future overseas. We need to take care of America first, or we lose America entirely. That's the issue. That's what's going on with Venezuela, and that's why President Trump is trying to get us involved with this conflict. We have President Trump also staring down Maduro just yesterday on the big screen saying that he needs to leave now or else. We've got warships already moving in. This is peace through strength, kind of on steroids, a little overboard, because we don't need to get involved in these foreign conflicts. We don't need an Iraq 2.0. Well, that is what's going on in Venezuela, and Pete Hegseth talking about the kinetic strikes, the 21 kinetic strikes with over 83 dead narco-terrorists in international waters. A couple other quick hits from today's cabinet meeting with President Trump and his cabinet is that President Trump called the federal chair, Jerome Powell, a stubborn ox and a dope. Says and teases that a new replacement will be coming in early 2026. He mentioned some folks that he wished would take the job, but denied the job. And so we have yet to see who will take this job. And it'll come shortly in the new year. Another hit that we saw from this meeting was 48-1 deregulation ratio. We've seen $40 billion saved. That's $40 billion with a B. That's from Russell Vaught, the director of the United States Office of Management and Budget, reporting on those facts. We also have the president roasting the IQ of every cabinet member live on camera, saying that most cabinet members are generally high IQ, but a couple he has a concern with. So thought that was super funny. Trump never seems to disappoint with his quick wit, his quick humor. Something else that I thought deserves some attention is the Linda McMahon talking about dismantling the Department of Education, getting it back into the hands of the states, which is exactly what we need. We need education and healthcare back in the hands of the state to help serve the communities better, to help serve the people better, to put America first and American interests first. Missourians know what's best for the students in Missouri. Virginians know what's best for the students in Virginia. Texans know what's best for their students in Texas. It's a simple idea. Put education back in the hands of the states. Well, another quick clip I wanted to pull up here is from an interview this morning on Fox and Friends. We saw Nayland Haley, Nikki Haley's son, which if you haven't seen recently, Nayland Haley was on Tucker Carlson's podcast, The Tucker Carlson Show. He interviewed there because Tucker Carlson recently interviewed controversial right-wing commentator Nick Fuentes. And in response to that interview, we had Nayland Haley joining the show talking about why Gen Z is turning to someone like Nick Fuentes. Why are they listening to Nick Fuentes? And it's because the globalist elites in the Republican Party, these neocons, have promised us the American dream. And unfortunately, it's been a complete lie. The American dream has died, and we're trying to revive that now. That is what these America First patriots are trying to do, is revive this American dream. We want American priorities first. We want to see mass deportations. We want to stop the Chinese Communist Party from being able to buy land in America. Just simple things. That's what we want. And so I don't want to take any words out of his mouth. I want to throw to this clip from this morning's Fox and Friends show with Nayland Haley. So let's check this out.
So Nayland, what do you think about that?
Well, the goal, at the end of the day, the goal of every generation is to leave it better than you found it, right? And not only are we not doing that, we're going in the opposite direction. It's getting worse. I I think the first step our leaders need to do is admit that we have a problem. And right now, I haven't heard any Republican leaders talk about the issues that young people are facing. Congress has been nothing more than a glorified nursing home. They either don't know the problems that we're facing or they're ignoring it. And to be honest, I don't know which one's worse. You look at jobs, 1/3 of recent college graduates are unemployed. My friend group graduated all with great degrees with in great schools, and not one of them has a job, not one. So it's frustrating because they did everything that they were supposed to do. They put in the
Just want to pause that right there because 100% agree with Nayland here on the education issue. You see, there are lots and lots of problems with education. One being the, cost of the education, the access people have to education, among many other things. But one of the main things that folks have problems with our current education system is that they can go in and spend thousands and thousands of dollars, $50,000, $100,000, sometimes $250,000 for a piece of paper, get out of school, and still not be able to get a job and lose out on this job to someone with an H-1B visa who's getting paid lower wages. And that's why the corporation's hiring. That's not an America First agenda. That is an America Last agenda. And in my personal experience with what I've done, my background is working in sales and marketing, and I had the pleasure of working in the tech industry. One of the businesses that I got to help build, you can look this up. There's tons of articles out there about Pre-Hired. This was a boot camp that we started to help train folks to get into the tech world. Most of the folks that I worked with in the tech world held bachelor's degrees in business and finance or MBAs, things like that, which I did not. I went to Bible college. I felt very, unprepared per se, walking into these new jobs in the tech world. But I knew that I had the skill set to make it happen, and I proved everyone wrong and was one of the top 2 salespeople always in the organizations that I was a part of. And so that's beside the point. The main point that I'm trying to make is that with this organization, Pre-Hired, that I was able to help build up and had a pivotal role in building, we helped train over 1,000 folks who are just regular people who are working at Subway, maybe working as a State Farm agent, working at a gas station, right? We're able to take them, and it was on average of 12 weeks, we were able to train them, get them hired into a job making over $60,000 a year. That's in 12 weeks. Most of these folks were making $12 an hour before that. That's why the American dream is dead, and that's why education is broken, because you don't need to go to a pointless schooling for 4 years and get indoctrinated by these liberal instructors, these left-wing lunatics who are trying to indoctrinate you with this transgender ideology. You come out on the other side, indoctrinated, voting Democrat, and then you cry because you can't find a job because you have a degree in, some type of gender fluid studies or whatever they convinced you to take because it's the next big thing, right? No, we need to get back to practicality of education, training people for real jobs. That's why I'm such a big believer and I'm so bullish on the manufacturing industry, because there's so many apprenticeships and so many opportunities. Even here locally at my local community college, they have a free pre-apprenticeship program that you can go through to figure out which apprenticeship program's best for you. Are you a carpenter? Should you go in plumbing? All these different options. And it doesn't take them 4 years to get this training. They can actually learn while they're working on the job, getting paid to learn, even their employer paying for them to learn. This is the type of education that we need in America. This is the type of America First education that people are looking for. Well, let's get back to this Nayland Haley clip. The rest of it, just wanted to jump over there for a minute and commentate on that before I forgot.
time, the effort, the money to get educated, and they don't have a job to show for it. They have to compete with foreign workers who are willing to work for half their salary and AI, which is a supercomputer, you know? So how can we compete with that? You look at the housing market, and the average first-time home buyer in America is 40 years old now. 5 years ago, it was 33. My parents bought their first house for $90,000 in the late 90s, and now it's probably worth over $400,000. So we're facing a lot of issues. And, you know, I think some things that we need to do is we need to ban H-1B visas, make sure corporations are hiring a certain number of Americans and make sure they act in the interest of the American people, not just for themselves. I think that we need to stop subsidizing illegal immigrants for housing and instead maybe look into subsidizing Americans for first-time home buyers for housing, and not allow corporations and the Chinese Communist Party to buy entire neighborhoods of single-family homes.
So, Nayland, you hit a lot of points there. And I think one of the things that has not been addressed by a lot of Republicans is they feel like a lot of young people just want free stuff. But you're speaking directly against it. You're saying these young people, they actually work very hard. They've gotten a degree, but they feel like the American dream isn't attainable to them. What would you say about that?
Right. No, that's absolutely correct. It feels like it's getting less and less attainable with each passing day. And look, I don't like socialism, but we also need to acknowledge that you can be against free market neoliberalism and not be subscribed to Mamdani-style socialism. Capitalism is a very broad thing. We need it to work for the average everyday American, not just for the elites and corporations. Yep. And when you look at Gen Z, over half of Gen Z has positive views of socialism. And it's because socialists, the democratic socialists, are actually reaching out to young people. So if the Republicans do that, which they need to do, it may stop a lot of kids my age from becoming socialists and from going to the Democrats.
It's a powerful conversation, one that I think needs to be had. I wish we had more time, Nayland. Hopefully you'll come back on the show.
So good from Nayland Haley there, talking about why, you know, Gen Z is struggling, their affordability struggles. Why are so many of them turning to socialism? Things like that. Because the Democrats are actually reaching out to the young people. And it's exactly what the Republicans need to do if we want to rebuild the America First conservative movement. President Trump promised the America First agenda when he laid out what it means to make America great again. Making housing affordable, getting jobs for Gen Z, the next generation, and even me, a young millennial, right? My wife and I just bought our first home this last year, I believe. Yeah, last year we bought our home that I'm sitting in right now. And it was very difficult, a very difficult process. Not only was it difficult, there was multiple people bidding on the house at the same time. So now you have to, you know, fight this, you know, globalist elites, you know, system that they've set up to make it so difficult on us to buy a home. Now, on top of that, you have to battle because so many people are bidding on this house. It was so difficult. And then there's things that just come up that you just don't know. There was, you know, $3,000 that I didn't know that I had to pay to the IRS, that I just had to drive downtown and write a check for them. And so it's so expensive. It's so difficult. And our wages have not risen enough to combat all of this inflation. And so that's the main issue that he's trying to address here, as well as we've got this inflation, these issues. We're not getting jobs, the education's so hard. And on top of all of that, you're importing people to take these jobs from us. That's so backwards. And that's why President Trump and so many others that support the America First agenda are so bullish on the deportations and getting all of these illegal immigrants out. Get them out. As you've heard me say before on the show, we don't want them here. We don't want them taking American jobs. You know, they can build their own economy. Let us build our economy. Well, if you're just joining in, want to say go ahead. First off, thank you for watching. Really appreciate all of the support so far. Appreciate you supporting me on this journey of putting myself out there and talking about politics and just giving my opinion that I've given so privately for so long. And I've been encouraged by so many people to go public and talk about the views that I have and to commentate on it. A lot of folks have given me a lot of positive responses and feedback, especially my close friends and my close community here that supports the Straight Talk show. So thank you for watching. Thank you. Please like this stream, share it with someone, share it on your own page if you're watching on X right now. Comment below in the live chat. Really appreciate everyone's support. Appreciate you subscribing. Follow me on Rumble. That is one of my main platforms where I'm streaming right now is Rumble because I am monetized over there. So we'd really appreciate if you can go give me a follow there on Rumble, trying to get to 100 follows on Rumble as quickly as possible so we can get into the creator program. And just want to say thank you to all of you watching right now. You're going to want to stay tuned as we go through some more news. But more importantly, the reason you're going to want to stay tuned is because President Trump said he's got a major announcement coming later today that we're going to be streaming live here as well. And that announcement should be coming up any moment now. But back to what we were talking about with the Gen Z affordability crisis, right? One of the things that I've talked about on this show is that we're not against legal migration, but I personally think we need to end all legal migration until we get the national debt under control. I don't think it's ever going to be zero, but can we get it back under control at least? Get that national debt under control, get the affordability, the housing crisis under control, the affordability crisis under control, get unemployment below 4% for maybe if we can hit under 4% for 3 or 4 quarters in a row, and we hit all these other things as well, we check all these boxes, then maybe we can look at revisiting opening up the borders for legal migration. But until then, I say we ban H-1B visas, we ban many other visa programs, and we look at how can we train the American people to take these jobs. What trainings do we need? Do we need to put in more trade schools? Do we need to, have private institutions, private companies put in grants? Do we need to hold press conferences so people know that these jobs are even available, right? A lot of times people don't even know that these types of jobs are being looked for, or that these organizations are hiring for these types of positions. That's my experience here in my local community as I interface with local politicians, as I interface with local leaders of the colleges here that I've gotten the privilege of being invited to the manufacturing summit here in Franklin County, Missouri. And what I find is that most of these young Americans just don't know the benefits of the jobs that are out there for these trade jobs. These are high-paying jobs, great benefits, lots of time. Like I said, there's on-the-job training, and you can get paid by the company that you're getting trained by. You get your education paid for and get paid while you're doing it. It's a win-win-win situation. But a lot of the times, these educators are telling me that folks just don't know about the opportunities, and so they're not coming to the school to get the education to go and get the jobs that need to be filled. And so we just need more press on this. We need more, spotlights about this issue and how maybe Gen Z can fill these jobs and find good paying jobs without needing to get in debt for thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to get a piece of paper that's completely worthless. Let's just be honest. It's completely worthless at this point. Anyone who hires, and I've hired many people in my day, anyone who hires is never looking at the school that you went to or the background that you have. They're looking at the experience that you have. What have you done that I can look at that shows me that you're going to be able to do the job that I'm hiring you for? What in your past, what skills do you have from your past that you've been able to show success in that will translate to the skill sets needed for this job that we're trying to fill, right? They're not looking at, do you have a 4-year degree? Do you have your master's degree, right? That's only for lawyers, doctors, specialized positions, physical therapists, things that require you to go to school. But to be an insurance salesman, to even work in tech, like I said, to be sales and marketing, and many of these roles you don't actually need to go to college for. People will take folks with experience and no college degree, as long as you can prove you know what you're talking about, you know what you're doing, and you're not just, talking out your rear. And so that's one of the ways that I think we can fix this education system, help with this affordability crisis that Gen Z and so many others, even millennials, are experiencing now today. So I see how we do have the Senate GOP just spoke to the press, and so I want to take a moment to throw to that. Let me pull that up. Doing this all on my own, right? No producer for the show today. All right, and there we go. Let's go ahead and watch this. I'll turn my camera off for a moment.
And very consequential legislative year. Obviously, as we look at what we have to finish before the end of the year, it starts with a stack of nominees, which we will be processing. I filed on those last night, and there will be a significant number of people to fill out the president's administration. As you know, the Democrats have fought and blocked and obstructed and delayed along the way to try and prevent him from getting his team in place. In spite of all that, we will be ahead in terms of the pace of the last two administrations when it comes to the president filling out his administration. Secondly, obviously, is the Defense Authorization Bill. Senator Wicker, chairman of the Armed Services Committee, has been working aggressively with the team on his members of the committee, the full Senate and the House of Representatives, in trying to get to the finish line there. And they've got a lot of good work that's been done, a few issues outstanding, but I hope we'll be able to process that in the next couple of weeks as well. And I will tell you that, as you all know, one of the most important pieces of legislation that we do every year, and it is fits in very consistently with the president's Peace Through Strength agenda. And then we got appropriations, and we're trying to get another appropriations package up on the floor. We processed 3 bills earlier this year, as you all know. We have another minibus, if you will, of appropriations bills that we're trying to get consent, and I'm hoping that we'll get to that here soon and be able to proceed forward on the appropriations process. But it has been a very busy and consequential year. Passage of the Working Families Tax Cut Act has avoided what would be, at the start of next year, for a lot of families in this country, a huge tax increase. $4.4 trillion overall, $2.6 trillion of which would fall on people, working families in this country. And that was done as part of the Working Families Tax Cut Act, as were a number of other things that are going to be important to working families. And we'll get an opportunity to talk about that this next year. And I guess I would just say finally that as we proceed, we are going to continue to keep our foot on the gas. This Republican majority is committed to working on an agenda in partnership with the President Trump and the administration and his team that will make America stronger, safer, and more prosperous. And so we're going to continue pushing forward. And I'm going to now yield to Senator Capito and would just say, on behalf of our entire Republican conference, express our sympathies to her and Senator Justice and to their constituents in the state of West Virginia on the horrific events of last weekend, and of course the family of Sarah Beckstrom. and also of Andrew Wolf, the 2 National Guard members from West Virginia who were and whose families we continue to pray for today. Senator Capito.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank all of you. I know that many of you and those who are watching have had both the Guardsmen, the National Guard, and their families in your prayers over what should be and should have been a very joyous time for Sarah and Andrew. I would point out that Sarah and Andrew are members of the National Guard in West Virginia. The National Guard in West Virginia always steps up. Whether it's a flood, a fire, a health event, we can count on our Guard within our state and around the world to be one of the most accomplished, empathetic set of individuals that I've had the privilege to work with. So let's talk about Sarah. Sarah was 20 years old. Sarah's from a little town called Webster Springs in West Virginia. If you've ever gone skiing in West Virginia, it's very close to there. She's known by all her neighbors. She's known by the school she went to, which is grades 7 through 12 in Webster Spring High School. So you can imagine everybody knows her. Sarah volunteered to work on Thanksgiving so that others who had families could go home to their families. She's been in the Guard for several years. She was a bright sunshine ray of life, not just for her, but for her fellow Guardsmen and also her family. So please keep her family in her prayers as Sarah lost her life on Thanksgiving Day. Now we're going to talk about Andrew Wolf. Andrew Wolf is 24 years old. Andrew's from Inwood, Berkeley County, West Virginia, very close to here. He went to Musselman High School, graduated there, was a full participant in his high school years, joined the Guard before he even left high school. He wanted to serve his country. He wanted to serve his state. He is a very brave and strong person. Andrew comes from a very devout family. I spoke with his mother yesterday and asked her, what can we do? What can we do to help you and your family? And what can I do? And she said, pray hard. We believe in the value and the meaning of prayer for all of us. It speaks to us and it speaks to Andrew as he struggles to recover. And so I think today for us in West Virginia, it was pretty much of a sad holiday season because we're a small state. We care about one another. We grieve for one another. And that's how we spent our holiday, as many of you did, I think, have joyous times with your families. So Senator Justice and I are going to put a resolution forward honoring these 2 individuals tomorrow. But I would ask all of you and the nation to realize that these were peacekeepers. They were doing their duty. They were ambushed in a very brutal and violent way on the streets of Washington, D.C., where they were tasked to make those streets safer and help to make their streets safer, which they were. So I just want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to them, to the National Guard family, to General Seward, has done a wonderful job as our Adjutant General, and to hope and pray for Andrew's recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Capito. And let me just say please express to the families our gratitude for their service on behalf of a grateful nation.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Are we at war in the Caribbean? And if so, should the president declare war and/or should Congress approve an authorization?
I think the president is acting under his authority as commander-in-chief in a way that's consistent with what past administrations have done. And clearly, a war has been waged by these drug cartels against the United States, and it has come at a great cost to American citizens. We've lost tens of thousands of lives in just the past year to these drug cartels. So I think the president's operating within his authorities.
After hearing from Chairman Crapo, Chairman Cassidy today at lunch, do you think Republicans will be ready to coalesce behind some sort of health care plan or alternative by next week's vote on the ACA subsidies?
We had a robust discussion on a subject that is of great interest, not only to obviously senators in the room, but the American people. And as I've said before, we want to move forward on solutions that will make healthcare not only more accessible, but more affordable to more Americans. That gives them more choices, more optionality, greater competition, and therefore lower prices. And so we continue to coalesce around those solutions. We had a good presentation today from a couple of our leading chairmen, Senators Crapo and Cassidy, thank you, and a lot of others that we heard from at the conversation we had today as well. So I think as we get into next week, obviously, as you know, the Democrats are going to get an opportunity to vote on a proposal of their choosing, and we will see where the Republicans come down. But that conversation continues.
Since it was confirmed earlier this year, Secretary Hegseth has engaged in a number of controversies that have gotten criticism from both sides, whether it's Signalgate or obviously how like Ukraine, and now these Caribbean boat strikes. Do you have full confidence in his handling of his job as Secretary of Defense?
Well, I think that the fundamental question is the country safer than it was under the Biden administration? I think the answer to that is unequivocally yes. I think the Trump administration and the peace through strength policies that they are employing around the world are making our country safer. And so Secretary Hegseth is a part of that. He serves at the pleasure of the president. And I am sure that with regard to the latest question that you all have been raising, that the Senate Armed Services Committee, which is going to look into and get the facts on some of the events that have happened down the Caribbean, that we will get those answers in due time. But I have every confidence that the policies that this administration is employing when it comes to keeping people in this country safe and ensuring that our policy is one of peace through strength, that those policies are being adhered to and followed.
Is it your goal to hold a vote on the Republican health care plan by the end of this year?
We'll see. Again, I think a lot of this will depend a little bit on what the Democrats decide they want to do. I mean, we've got some members, as you know, who want to work with them in a constructive way on something that could be a bipartisan solution, but that hasn't landed yet. So we'll see. As I said, the conversations continue. I don't think at this point we have a clear path forward. I don't think the Democrats have a clear path forward, and they're the ones that are going to have to put together their plan to get voted on next week. But we'll see what our colleagues decide collectively that we want to do, and we're continuing to hear them out. Thank you all.
Well, we just heard there from the House Republicans coming together just for a quick press conference there. Lots going on, lots happening in the world today of politics. Let's get out of there. Well, we just heard, if you're just joining in, you're just joining us live here on Straight Talk Live. Thank you so much for joining in. We're covering a couple things today. We just covered a cabinet meeting from President Trump's cabinet, discussed couple things from that meeting, Venezuela, the imminent potential boots on the ground situation that we have there, and as well as affordability crisis. We heard from the Secretary of HUD about over 500,000 first-time home buyers in the past year and how they're trying to make housing more affordable for the younger generation and to make it easier for access to affordable housing as well. As many other things. And while we were listening to the Senate Republicans, I actually pulled up a few of the top moments from the cabinet meeting. And so just want to pull up a couple clips that I have here, and then we can watch them and we'll talk about them. And if you're just joining in the chat, let's hear from you, the viewer. Want to hear where you're joining us from, where you're watching from right now. I want to know where you're watching from, what's on your mind, what do you think President Trump's big announcement is going to be, as well as like this stream, share this stream with someone, maybe share it with a left-wing lunatic, maybe one of your right-wing retards. That's me. I'm a right-wing retard. And let's get it out there to the public. We want to make sure we are educating everyone on America first and America only and what that means. And that's what we do here at Straight Talk. We come to you straight, give it to you with no filter. We have a weekly show on Rumble every week on Friday nights. We're trying to push to a bi-weekly show where we start streaming on Tuesday nights as well. That's kind of what this is today, just some fun test run, looking at the different events that are going on throughout the day, especially with the big cabinet meeting and the big announcement that's forthcoming from President Trump soon. Well, don't want to talk anymore. Want to throw it up here to President Trump during the cabinet meeting. Like I said, we're just going to look at a few of the top moments. If you're just joining us, here is President Trump at the cabinet meeting from earlier today.
We lost last year. I think it was more than that, but people don't like saying it because they always said 100,000, 115,000, numbers we've been hearing for years. So we lost last year more than 200,000 people, dead people, ruined families beyond the 200,000. And those 200,000, that family will never be the same. But these people have killed over 200,000 people, actually killed over 200,000 people last year. And those numbers are down. Those numbers are down. They're way down. And they're down because we're doing these strikes. And we're going to start doing those strikes on land, too. The land is much easier, much easier. And we know the routes they take. We know everything about them. We know where they live. We know where the bad ones live. And we're going to start that very soon, too.
Mr. President, thank you so much, Mr. President.
You know what? When we start that, we're going to drive those numbers down so low. And then you're going to have families be able to live without the fear of their son or daughter just having a pill to have a little fun and ending up dying within a period of 60 seconds, right? No, we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let it continue to happen. What Biden did to this country by allowing all these people, and I call them animals in many cases. I think they're animals, to come into our country and destroy our country and let all those drugs pour in. Let people just walk across the border like it was nothing. You look at them, a lot of them, you say, oh, let's not discriminate. I'm not talking about color. I'm just talking about, you look into the eyes of some of these people. We're smart. And you see a killer. Come on in. Just come on in. 11,888 murderers.
Ridiculous.
Many of them committed more than one
them
murder.
out.
He allowed them into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. But he also allowed drugs to come in at record numbers, and hundreds of thousands of people a year died. And we're taking those son of a bitches out.
We're taking those. I love President Trump. He always shoots it straight. Just to pull up this graphic here, you can see new non-citizen Social Security numbers issued during the Biden administration. In 2021, we had 270,000. And by the end of the Biden administration, it's 10x'd to over 2 million non-citizen Social Security numbers being issued. Are you kidding me? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. This is America last if I've ever seen it. Putting these non-citizens, bringing in mass immigration. That's why our economy is doing so poorly, just like President Trump is trying to make the point there. Something, though, I got to disagree with because, like we've been talking about, and I want to hear from you, the viewer in the chat. Do you think we should go to war with Venezuela? Do you think we should be putting boots on the ground with Venezuela? I got to say, as an America First patriot, as an America First conservative, as a Christian constitutionalist, I got to say no to the wars. We want less wars. That's what President Trump promised us. He said that he's going to be the president of peace. And while he is creating these peace deals, he's also stirring up this war, as many of the other conservative commentators have pointed out. We don't want new wars. We want no wars. We don't want involvement in foreign politics. We don't want to be responsible for this nation building. And so, chat, let me know below if you think we should be going to war with Venezuela. He says that there's 200,000 people that have died as a result of Venezuela. And I understand that, and that's horrible. But I don't really know if that's really a result of Venezuela, or is that really just that's just drugs killing people in general. Venezuela plays a role in the drug, market in transporting, but they're not the main perpetrator. They're not the main suspect here in the drug issue, right? We've got much larger problems with Colombia and Mexico and things like that. And yet we're going to put boots on the ground in Venezuela. Why? Well, I'll tell you why. As we talked about earlier, if you're just joining in on the stream, we talked earlier about how the reason that they're going to try to invade Venezuela and get the American public and everyone okay with invading Venezuela is because of the oil reserves there. They have the largest oil reserves of anywhere in the world. And so they're creating this issue. They're launching these strikes and saying, hey, we've got this drug problem, right? Kind of a Ronald Reagan 2.0 war on drugs, right? And what we're really creating here is by doing these kinetic strikes, trying to put boots on the ground with Venezuela, we're really creating an Iraq 2.0 and just going for this oil grab. Dick Cheney just passed away. God rest his soul. Rest in peace. As terrible as a person as he was, and as bad as for the Republican Party as he was, for the conservative movement as he was, we want to wish him the best for him and his family, but that's why we're trying to go to war with Venezuela. It's not for the deaths of these 200,000 Americans. Don't give me that. Don't try to sell me that BS. You're going after the oil. Just shoot it to us straight, President Trump. We are smarter than you think. We can see through we're not wearing, for example, we're not wearing rose-colored glasses and everything that you're doing is good. That's not how the American people operate. We want real results now. We got some people in the chat talking about the non-citizen Social Security numbers. 100% should be null and void. Every one of those 2 million people that have received Social Security numbers under the Biden administration should be revoked immediately, today. More like yesterday, but it needs to be taken care of today. Completely agree with you in the chat there, Ronald. Yeah, it should be, a non-citizen car, something like that, and they could purchase it just like the $100,000 visa, maybe incentivize it financially to give back to America, right? And if you're legally here, it's a one-way ticket out, just like we're seeing with these mass deportations, right? If you're not going to self-deport yourself, that's your last chance. Get them out. Get out of here. We don't want you. We got plenty of issues on our own. Plenty of issues on our own. We don't need any more issues being created from Afghani Islamic terrorists or anything like that. Well, I think we are live right now with President Trump. Let's go ahead and join in here with President Trump. I'm going to try to get this together. Sorry about that, guys. Here we go. Let's find where he starts.
Nice to see you again. That was a long news conference we had before, wasn't it? Yeah, but it was a good one.
Hearing from President Trump on his big announcement right now.
Okay.
Let's listen in.
Well, thank you very much, and we're thrilled to be joined by one of the most successful business leaders and people anywhere in the country, whether it's technology, no matter what business you're talking about, there's really nobody quite like him. He's chairman and CEO of Dell Technologies. Make great everything, great computers, great everything. Michael Dell, very much of a legend, who's here with his really exciting announcement. It's so amazing, and much more importantly, he's here with his wonderful wife, Susan, and they have a special relationship. I think I can say that, really. It's very nice. I don't see too much of it. I see the opposite, but I don't see too much. I have two special people, and I've seen that. I've known that for a long time, and I think it's a tremendous thing. Also, the CEO of Altamir Capital, Brad Gerstner. Where are you, Brad? Brad Gerstner is a terrific fellow who's very much involved in this incredible thing that we're doing today, along with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Treasury Secretary, Scott Besson, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Commerce and Science and Transportation, Ted Cruz, House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith, Vice Chairman of the House Republican Conference, Blake Moore, as well as the Chief Design Officer of the United States Airbnb co-founder, Joe Gebbia. I want to thank you all for being here. It's a great group. And I guess a potential Fed chair is here too. I don't know. Are we allowed to say that? Potential. He's a respected person, that I can tell you. Thank you, Kevin. Today is Giving Tuesday. I don't know if anybody's heard that one before, but it is indeed Giving Tuesday, one of the biggest days of the year for philanthropy and charitable giving. And this afternoon, Michael and Susan Dell are committing to one of the largest private donations in American history, which will directly benefit the next generation of American children through the new Trump Accounts program that we created in our One Big Beautiful Bill. And Michael and Susan came to see me along with Brad, and they said, this is an idea. And I said, I think, it sounded just so good and so unique. But that's why he's been so successful, and they've been so successful in life and in business because they're unique. Trump Accounts will be the first, I guess you could say, real trust funds for every American child, allowing family members, employers, corporations, generous donors to contribute money that will be invested and grow over the course of a child's life to be used for their benefit after they turn 18. So in other words, these are children that are going to, an investment's going to be made. That investment's going to continue to grow, we hope, right? We hope. And, but it will. And they'll feel like Michael Dell someday. But at 18, they'll have a lot of money, a lot more money than they would have had, and potentially a lot of money. But these accounts will track the overall stock market and will be 100% private property controlled by the child's guardians. In honor of America's 250th anniversary, the Dells are announcing today that they are giving 25 million American children $250 each to save and to invest in their personal Trump account. Now, that's the equivalent of $6.25 billion. In other words, to put it succinctly, Michael and Susan are giving $6.25 billion in total. And as a total contribution, that's big stuff. I don't care who you are. That's big. Come here, give me a hand. Let me have a little of that luck rub off. That's fantastic, Susan. These gifts will be available to the first 25 million children aged 10 and under the zip codes where their median income is $150,000 or less. So they're giving them to children that won't be born particularly rich, and they're going to be hopefully very rich someday. This will give millions of dollars, millions of children, middle-class families a stake in American prosperity, a benefit from the rising stock market, and a better shot at the American dream. It really gives them a shot at the American dream. Michael and Susan, I want to thank you for this extraordinary act of kindness and patriotism and charity. This is truly one of the most generous acts in the history of our country. I mean, you don't hear about things like that. And we got to let people know he doesn't want and she doesn't care about that. But I do. I think when somebody does that, you got to let them know about it. As I mentioned, this gift is being made possible by the largest tax cuts in American history, which our Republican majorities passed earlier this year. And the Speaker worked so hard, and John Thune and Jason and all of them, every one of them. Ted Cruz is with us. He worked so hard getting that done. That was the biggest, most consequential bill they say ever passed. And, if they remember, Michael, they thought we had to put that in 12 to 14 bills. I said, I don't know if we can hold it that long with the Democrats. And we said, let's try doing it once. So we did. And people were surprised, but we got it done. So I congratulate you guys. Amazing job. Under that bill, the federal government will also automatically be making a one-time seed contribution of $1,000 into the tax-deferred Trump accounts for every newborn U.S. citizen, fulfilling a promise I made in the 2024 campaign, Trump accounts should grow to be worth many thousands of dollars by the time the child is 18 and even more by the time they are 20 or even 30 years old. We think it's going to be something really unique and really special. We hope many others will follow Michael and Susan's example and make their own contributions. I'll be doing it too, to the next generation, including businesses, churches, philanthropists, family members, and parents themselves. I think we're going to have a lot of people, Susan. I think a lot of people are going to be contribute. A lot of people are watching us right now. They might not be $6 billion plus, but there'll be a lot. There aren't too many people that are in the 6 billion range, but there'll be a lot. A lot of friends of mine have already told me they're going to contribute a lot of money, and a lot of them are going to leave a lot of money in their wills. So that's very important. And as you watch us today, I hope you'll be doing that. Contributions to Trump accounts will also be a great benefit for employers to offer their workers, which they'll be able to do tax-free. It's tax-free. We expect hundreds of major companies to announce plans to contribute to these accounts in the coming months, and we've had tremendous interest in that regard. So the Trump accounts will be available starting on July 4th next year. And Michael and Susan, to you again, it's an amazing act of just incredible everything. I mean, the life you've led to be able to do this, even to be able to, even a lot of people have a good heart, but they can't give $6,250,000,000. And Michael, probably knowing you, it's not the last of it either. It's not the last. But on behalf of the United States of America, I want to thank you both, and I want to thank all three. But I want to thank you both because you've been friends of mine, and it's a spectacular couple. This is really an amazing people. These are unique. And I'd like to have you come up and say a couple of words and tell us what you have in mind, because what you have in mind is good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to be with you here in the White House. And, you know, when you passed the Invest America Act on July 4th of this year, we were really inspired to see that happen. And this is something that, you know, Brad had first mentioned to us in 2021. We thought it was a great idea then. And it's amazing that it happened. And we also saw that this act would become a platform. And, you know, we believe the smartest investment that we can make is an investment in children. And this act has created a platform for families and friends and communities and companies and philanthropists to contribute to these accounts to create a savings and opportunity and hope and prosperity for tens of millions of children in this country. And Susan and I are super excited to announce our $6.25 billion gift to 25 million American children, 10 and under, and our gift will cover most of the children that are 10 and under that are not part of the federal program, the 0 to 2-year-olds, and who also live in zip codes where the median income is $150,000 or less. And I have spoken with a number of other wealthy Americans, philanthropists, and we are confident that others will join us because we all understand the incredible impact that a gift like this can have on the lives of young Americans. So again, it's a great honor for us to be here to be able to announce this. You know, when I was 8 years old, I got a passbook savings account and I had, I think, about $8 in it. And you go to the savings and loan and you give them a quarter and they'd stamp your account. And I got to see the power of compound interest early in my life. And that has brought me here to this moment. And hopefully will inspire that kind of opportunity for many more young people in this country. So again, thank you for the privilege of being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. So beautiful. Thank you very much. Susan, would you like to say something?
I just like to say how excited we are to be a part of this. We believe that when children have a future that they can see is worth saving for, then that will help build hope and opportunity and prosperity for generations to come. So we're so excited to be doing this and hope to have many people join in our efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan. So beautiful. Brad,
Well, first, it's an incredible honor to be here, and we wouldn't be here without the passage of the Invest America Act, and everybody up here today played a role in getting that done. The Speaker, Ted Cruz, in drafting the legislation so that when the President placed the call to the Speaker and said, let's make this happen in the big, beautiful bill, Congress was ready to act. They had the legislation drafted, but I couldn't be more grateful for the friendship and the partnership of the Dells that really show the best of America. Today is Giving Tuesday, right? And the fact of the matter is, for decades, we've talked about the wealth gap. We've talked about too many people left out and left behind. This president was elected on a Main Street agenda to get the rest of America into the game. And that's exactly what this does. It gets every American child, 3.7 million children born every year, will now start life off with an investment account, seeded with $1,000. And then you're going to have great philanthropists, great Americans like Michael and Susan, who are going to add money to those accounts. We're overwhelmed with the number of companies that want to contribute to these accounts. Already companies from Uber to NVIDIA, T-Mobile to Charter Communications, Dell, et cetera. The list goes on. And every day more companies are calling us, raising their hands and saying, we want to be part of this. It's like a 401k from birth. It's a benefit for the kids of our employees, right? Major philanthropists. But I think what this is going to unlock is the power of families. Moms and dads Venmoing and Apple Paying and $5, $10, right? And getting these kids into the game. When we had the roundtable at the White House earlier this year, Dara Khosrowshahi, the CEO of Uber, said, after fleeing Iran at the age of 9 with nothing, he came to America because it was the land of hope. And he said, what the Invest America Act does is it bottles up hope for every child in America. Whether you're in rural Mississippi or rural Indiana, where I came from, inner city Trenton or Compton, you're now in the game, right? That act alone, I think, reinvigorates the American dream. It reinvigorates the idea of free market capitalism. Too many people are losing faith in you, sir. By passing the Invest America Act and getting all these kids into the game, this is a transformational act in this country forevermore. Every child starts off life in the game with a piece of the American dream compounding in the upside of America. So thank you for having us here.
Take the secretary first. I defer to the brains.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I think this is a major change in philanthropy and for American working families. It is the merging of President Trump's agenda of parallel prosperity, Main Street meets Wall Street. For the next 5 years, every child born in the U.S. will get a $1,000 Trump account that will be with them and compound for the next 18 years. Treasury Department with other branches of government is going to do financial literacy, and we are going to make sure that all American families have a stake in the success of the United States of America. So every day when the stock market goes up or down, and we believe over the 18 years it will go up and families will learn the power of compounding, that it will be a game changer. People who have a stake in the system and become more and more vested in the system, they do not want to bring down the system. They want to make it better. So I think we will look back on today and know that these Trump accounts, they have started a new age of the capitalism and market interest for the whole country. I also think that it is a game changer, as we're seeing with Michael and Susan Bell today, that Americans are the most generous people in the history of the world, and the Trump accounts will provide a vehicle for philanthropists such as Michael and Susan and many more to contribute. And at Treasury, we are working, so Michael and Susan want to do it for children born in the past 10 years, a certain income level. As Brad said, it can be tailored, it can be to employees. It could be a philanthropist could adopt a state, they can adopt a school, they can adopt a zip code, they can adopt a street. And so we will constantly see these accounts be topped up. For those of you on the Treasury, will be running this on the operational side. For those of you who would like to, you can go to trumpaccounts.gov today and see the homepage that has a basic outline. These will become operational on July 5th of this year. And we will have families start signing up for them. So, and that homepage will answer all the questions on eligibility and investments. And then finally, today we're here on Giving Tuesday. Michael and Susan have led the way, but I think that there's a chance that every Tuesday can become Giving Tuesday as more and more philanthropists see the power of this, of giving to American families, giving to American children, and giving everyone a stake in our great economy. So thank you very much.
I'll be brief. There's a lot of symbolism here today. Right here on the eve of the 250th anniversary of the greatest nation in the history of the world. We are the greatest nation by any objective measure. We're the most free, most powerful, most successful, and most benevolent nation that's ever been. And I think what you're seeing here is another exhibit of that. This idea, this vision came about because Brad and a couple of smart guys came up with this idea and then took a few years to sell the idea to everybody. And then these visionary legislators over here, Senator Ted Cruz and Blake Moore in the House and Jason Smith, the Ways and Means Chair, really caught the vision. And we put it into the big, beautiful bill, the Working Families Tax Cut. We've been saying all along that was drafted to really help lower and middle class earners in America. And this is one of the great features. One of the perils of having the big, beautiful bill and having it all in there together, the president and I have talked about many times, is that there's so many great things in that legislation, we don't have enough time to talk about all of it. So we need a moment to really focus on this. Giving Tuesday is a perfect time to do it. And it's absolutely perfect, I think, that July 5th becomes the operational date right after the nation's birthday. So what we're going to see here is a model that I don't think anyone has done anywhere in the world. They wouldn't have the capability to do it. They wouldn't have philanthropists and great Americans with big hearts like this who've earned their way and really fulfilled the American dream. And they have a vision and a desire for more and more people to do that. And so now more and more Americans will. It kind of evens the playing field in a way, right? And everybody has an opportunity. So we're just excited to be a part of it, grateful to the vision, grateful to a president who leads from the front, who understands the potential of something like this. And this will be one of the many marquee achievements of the Trump administration. This will be one that people remember for a long, long time. And I think it can change the country. So thanks, Mr. President. Thanks, Brad, all of you for being a part. Thank you to the Dells. Really amazing. Thank you. Sure.
Thank you.
Really is amazing.
Well, I want to congratulate all
What the
the
heck
men
is
and
this
women
guy
up here.
doing here?
And Mr. President, I think objectively on the merits, the case can be made that there has never been a president who's had a greater positive impact on the children of America than you have. And in particular, in this one big, beautiful bill, I think the two most long-lasting and far-reaching provisions are, number one, the school choice provision that you signed into law that is going to unleash tens of billions of dollars to scholarships to low-income kids all over the country and is going to change the lives of millions of kids. And the second provision is this provision right here, the Trump accounts. These Trump accounts, starting on July 4th, every child in America will have a personal investment account opened for them. Newborn children will have it seeded with $1,000. Parents and family and employers can contribute up to $5,000 a year in a tax-advantaged account. That money will be invested in the S&P 500 in the stock market, broad-based equity index account. Two massive benefits that change this country. Number one, every child in America will experience the benefits of compound growth. Take a little girl born next year. She's born next year. She has the account opened for her. $1,000 is automatically seeded. Her parents, her family, or an employer puts $5,000 a year each year into that account. If you assume the historic rate of growth of the S&P 500, which is 7% a year, by the time that little girl is 18, she will have $170,000 in that account.
Wow.
And if she keeps saving, by the time that little girl is 35, she will have $700,000 in that account. That is game changing. And we're not talking the children of Michael and Susan Dell, the children of Donald Trump, the children of people of great success. We're talking the kids of a single mom waiting tables who could have $700,000 saved by the time she's 35 to get an
Wow.
education, to start a business, to buy a house. That changes their whole lives. But the second benefit, and what I'm really excited about, is we are creating a new generation of capitalists. Every child in America is going to be an owner of the biggest employers in this country. We've all seen the sad statistics of how many kids are losing faith in capitalism. Well, 10 years from now, a little boy is going to pull out his phone and he's going to look at his app and he's going to see his Trump account. And instead of thinking of big, bad, scary corporations, that little boy is going to say, I own $50 of Apple. I own $100 of Dell. I own $75 of McDonald's. And every child is an owner of the biggest employers in this country. That will transform this country. Mr. President, thank you for signing it. Let me say, Brad, this would not be a law if Brad Gerstner did not pursue it with absolute dogged determination, relentless. I've gotten calls and texts from Brad at 6 a.m. and at 2 a.m. You may sleep less than the president, Brad, and that is a remarkable thing because I don't think he sleeps at all. And finally, I'll just say to Michael and Susan, incredible Texans, $6.25 billion is extraordinarily generous. Let me say, on behalf of 25 million kids who just got a gift from Michael and Susan, and it's not a gift of a video game, it's not a gift of a bicycle, it's an investment in their future. That changes their lives, and I hope and believe Michael and Susan are going to inspire millions across the country to do the same thing. When Congress passed Section 401k of the ERISA, I don't know that anyone realized how much it would change retirement plans. There's now trillions of dollars in 401k plans. They're going to be trillions of dollars in these. These are 401ks for kids. And Mr. President, these Trump accounts exist because you signed them. Thank you for your leadership. It's an honor to work with you.
Joseph, if you would just say a couple of words, and Brett, come on up for a second.
Perfect. Thank you. First, I would just want to thank Michael and Susan for the kind gift. What you all have done will be transformational for 25 million kids. And a lot of people we can thank for the provisions in this big, beautiful bill, but there is no one to thank greater than President Donald Trump. And I'll tell you this, out of every executive I've ever worked with, there's no one that's been more engaging, no one that has been more involved. And the only reason why these investment accounts are in the big, beautiful bill is because he helped convince other members of Congress that this is a good idea. This has been something that has been discussed for a long time, but no one could ever get it passed. But who helped get it passed was Donald Trump. I can tell you that from day one throughout the process. And so that's going to affect millions of kids in their futures.
Thank you. I was not planning or prepared to speak today, but the gravity of the situation is not lost on me. I have 4 boys of my own, 13 and under, and on the heels of a $6 billion announcement, I hope that doesn't go without some major headlines, that I will be making an announcement on my own that I will be contributing $60 to each one of my children's accounts today. Actually, to try to bring some levity to that, every parent, every grandpa and grandma can now look and say, I can get my grandkid this little toy or something, and maybe that's going to continue to happen. But there's a new option and another way for them to be able to invest and have a lasting legacy. And as a dad of 4 kids, seeing kids in our neighborhood, them to have that opportunity is something that not every day in Congress, as I've
Yeah.
joked with my colleagues, is the most productive day in my career. But to be able to be a part of something like this is, it makes everything worthwhile. I'm away from my kids.
Just want to take a quick moment and just take a quick break and hear from our sponsors. Still haven't tried 1775 coffee? Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped only 1,000 units. You're getting the bold dark roast that hits hard, the smooth medium roast, and the vitality mushroom coffee for clean energy and laser focus, no crash. All single origin, small batch, toxin free, and mold free. Plus, you're also getting a gold spoon clip because freedom isn't scooped with plastic. A frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's opinions. And a black 1775 tumbler. $170 worth of coffee and gear, yours for just $99. This is for the ones who've been watching the 1775 brand blow up on Rumble and wondering if it's actually worth it. Well, the spoiler alert is, it is. You can go to 1775coffee.com/studio. That's 1775coffee.com/studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something just like Rumble does. Well, thank you so much for letting us go hear from our sponsors. Let's get back to the press conference right now.
In this job, and being able to be a part of something like this, a small part that I played, is something that is transformational, and I'll be able to look back on this and be so grateful for this opportunity that I've had to be able to serve in Congress. Thank you so much. I appreciate the chance to be here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Would anybody have a question? Michael, Susan?
Yes.
Brad? Please.
Yeah, one for you two. If you could, did either of you say you're donating how much? Mr. President, is there an educational value to this in terms of not just the money in the account? What can kids learn in this account?
Well, I think they can learn a little bit about the free enterprise system, they can really learn a lot about how life works, how business works. They want to go out and make a living for themselves, because maybe it's going to be a lot more than we think, or maybe it's not going to be quite as much as we think, depending on what happens with the world and the market. We'll try and do very well in that regard too, but there's a lot of learning to be done, and I think this is a big step forward.
And your reaction, did either of you say you're donating how much?
Yeah, we already said it, it's $6.25 billion.
No, I mean, with the reaction between the two of you, someone came up with the idea.
Oh, sure. Oh, well, so we kind of started with a smaller amount, to be honest. And we started talking about Texas only at the beginning.
And adopting the state of Texas.
Right. And then we thought about it some more, and we thought
Got
about
pretty excited about the idea.
Yep, and we went back and forth, and as we do on these things, and we
Got
ended
more
up
and more excited, and next thing you know,
this is where we ended up. So, but
The
a
number kept
lot
climbing.
of discussion and consideration.
Just a couple conversations later, we're at $6.25 billion.
I mean, we believe
and we
this
feel
is
great about it.
the greatest investment that we
That's
could
funny.
possibly make is in children, and we've been investing in children for over 26 years with our foundation.
Yeah, and you know there are 30 states already that require at least one semester of financial literacy, and hopefully all 50 states will do that. And you know, as children begin to understand that they have these accounts, that creates a real need for our schools, our parents, our community organizations to really begin to grow financial literacy in
What
the
do you think
country,
about this,
which
chat?
can only
Michael Dell
be-
for president? What do we think?
It's really an amazing moment that two people would do
Pretty
that
amazing.
kind of a contribution.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just an amazing moment. And it shows you there's a tremendous heart in great entrepreneurs. He's a great entrepreneur. They're both great entrepreneurs, because he probably wouldn't have done it without you, to be honest. That's the way it often works. And I know this relationship so well. There could be a lot of truth to that. But it shows you that there's a big heart in some pretty tough people. He's a tough cookie, but he's got a very, very warm spot. And what you've done, I don't think it's going to be talked about for a long time. Won't be forgotten. Thank you, sir.
May I ask a question? Thank you, sir. My question is about the logistics or the administration of the program. You obviously want to help poorer children. How will you help families perhaps who don't have access to computers or internet at home to make this program a reality?
Sure. Great question.
And please speak in the microphone if you don't mind for our TV.
Well, first, Treasury, as the Secretary talked about, is going to be administering the program. And we should just say that Luke Pettit, the Assistant Treasury Secretary, has just done an extraordinary job with the Secretary in what I think will be the biggest consumer launch in the history of government. 60 million accounts are going to get created next year.
Wow.
And these accounts are going to be, promulgated. All parents are going to have to do is to claim the account. So if they have access to an Android phone or a public library to go to a computer and gain access, they can claim that account. And whether they claim it or not, the account is going to continue to compound. So they don't have a deadline by which they have to claim the account. There's time, right? And there's going to be a lot of resources. Think about this. Kids in school, we're going to have schools engaged, helping to tell them that they need to claim their accounts, to educate them, et cetera. We're going to run a big public campaign around this. So we're just getting started. Today is day one. This is an extraordinary contribution, but it's the beginning of a drumbeat you're going to hear for the next 6 months leading up to the 250th anniversary of the country. I don't think there's anybody in the country who won't have heard about this by the time we get to July 4th of next year. And we're going to make sure, listen, we know that wealthy families have access to 529 accounts, right? This is an opportunity, and the instruction was, how do we get the 50 million other families into the game? This is the first time we've done that because we're auto-creating these accounts for every child at birth, and so we're going to be very focused on making sure that every family entitled to get one of these accounts is able to claim it and get it.
Daniel, do you have a question?
Yes, sir. These programs seem to create an opportunity for parents to create unprecedented financial security for their children, sir. Do you believe that these accounts will be a big part of your legacy when everything goes down? We've heard talks about you make legacy as a peacemaker, but this is a really big deal.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I do think so. And I think it's a big part of everybody up here today. This was a group that was very instrumental. And in particular, obviously, Michael and Susan, it's a big part of their legacy. They've got a big legacy anyway, but this is maybe going to be as important or more important than anything they've done thus far. It's looking back in 100 years from now, I think you're going to see some things that they'll be talking about this very day. So thank you for that question. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. These accounts were originally discussed as a way to incentivize people to have more children. Are there any other policy proposals you're looking at like this to encourage the birth rate to increase?
Well, we are looking at programs. We're looking at, there's a certain Australian plan that people are liking and they're talking about. You know what I mean? There's a plan where, not for children necessarily, but it's for people, working people. And we are looking at other things different from this. I think this is very unique, but different from this, but very important. Yeah.
You mean the Australian retirement savings program?
Say it?
You mean the Australian retirement savings
That's what they're
program?
talking about. Yep. We're looking at it very seriously. It's a good plan. It's worked out very well. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you talk about what tax benefits these accounts come with? The information sheet that we just received said that when a child turns 18, they'll be treated like traditional IRAs and subject to a 10% withdrawal tax.
Please,
Can you speak to when are
Sure.
children be able to access these funds?
They can access them when they're 18, or they can convert them to an IRA at that time. During the 18 years, parents or employers can donate with a tax deduction up to $5,000 into each account. And then philanthropists, like Michael and Susan, can add an unlimited amount to the accounts. So $5,000 from employees or families, and then gifts from foundations and philanthropists can be an unlimited amount.
Mr. President, you said that you have been talking to your wealthy friends, as well as you, Mr. Dell, about contributing. Can you walk us through maybe who you've been talking to and how much more we can expect on top of
I think the people you probably would think I would be talking to, there's a group of people out there that have been very successful, and we've already started talking to them. We're doing ballrooms, we're doing ARCs, we're doing We have a thing that's being planned that's going to be a great tribute to the country, as you know. You probably heard about it. The arc that we're looking at by the bridge near Arlington. There's going to be something. We're doing some other things for Washington itself and for the country itself. But a lot of the people that have, gone in and done a real job with that. The ballroom, I think Michael and Susan, the next time we meet, well, I think hopefully we'll meet before then, but we're going to have a big event over in the ballroom to celebrate this. We're building a ballroom that they've wanted at this beautiful White House for 150 years. They've wanted it so badly. Right now we can hold 109 people if you're lucky in a room. It's a beautiful room, but it's 109 people, and we're building something. You see the trucks in the back. You see the clanging, the banging, and when it's completed, it'll be one of the greatest ballrooms anywhere in the world. It's going to be amazing. So people that were involved in that process, I have a lot of friends with a lot of success, and every one of them, I would be shocked if anyone turns us down. We're going to have a lot of big contributors, Jeff.
On a separate topic, if I may, sir, you had a call with Brazil's President Lula today. Can you tell
I
us
did.
what you discussed?
Yeah, we had a great talk. We talked about trade. We talked about sanctions, because, as you know, I sanctioned them, having to do with certain things that took place. But we had a very good talk. I like him. Very good. We had some good meetings, as you know, but we had a very good talk today. Yes, I did.
You also pardoned the former president of Honduras, and he was released from prison
I
yesterday.
did. Well, he was the president, and they had some drugs being sold in their country, and because he was the president, they went after him. That was a Biden horrible witch hunt, which was, a lot of people in Honduras asked me to do that, and I did it. I feel very good about it. If you have some drug dealers in your country and you're the president, you don't necessarily put the president in jail for 45 years. That was a Biden-inspired witch hunt.
Did his letter impact your decision on
Yeah,
that, sir,
please,
from
go
Mr.
ahead.
Stone?
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Your decisions, recent decisions to Syria, renewed many hopes for the Syrian people. And now the minorities in Syria, like Kurds, Christians, and Jews, they once U.S. helped them have some sort of autonomy and their rights being protected in the Syria. How do you
We're going to
view
give them help, and I think Syria has come a long way. The new leader of Syria was here, as you know, 3 weeks ago, and he was really into making that country, bringing the country around. Not an easy job. Not an easy job. It's centuries of problems, but I think he's going to do a good job. I mean, I have a lot of confidence in him. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Mr. President.
In the broader context of the economy with these childhood investments, we just saw the biggest Black Friday in history, up 4.1% from last year, $26 billion. Hasn't told me about that. We also saw that they're going to spend $1 trillion on Christmas this year. $1 trillion. Increasing 4.1%. 25 states, gas is below $3, a handful below $2.50 and getting better. Energy policy matters.
I like this guy.
And timing matters.
Who are you with?
Real America's Voice.
That's what I heard. That's what
But
I
timing
like you
matters.
very much. Keep talking.
So if you invest in these children now, the better the economy is, the better for the children, right? We're in a pretty good spot right now.
Sure. Well, I do, and I appreciate it. No, we have an amazing thing. We have over almost $20 trillion of investment coming in. I don't even know if you know that. 20 trillion, that's a lot by any standard, right? But Biden, as an example, I say this, his administration over a 4-year period had much less than $1 trillion. And we're up to 18, I guess right now, Scott, about 18 trillion in 10 months. And there's never been a country, China, no country has ever done anything even close to that. Even if you figure 20% of that, no country's done 20%. And it's because of tariffs and I think because of November 5th, the election day. But we have now under construction, I guarantee you're expanding a lot of your different places, right, for Dell. But we have places like that. We have car companies. We have AI coming in at levels. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's amazing. And all of these places, hundreds and hundreds of plants, thousands, they're going to be opening, and they're going to be producing a lot of success, a lot of jobs. And I say it all the time. The king of Saudi Arabia said to me a year ago, he said, 1 year ago, your country was dead. And now you've got the hottest country anywhere in the world, and that's what we have. And it's one of the reasons Michael's able to do this. It's one of the reasons I'm able to be here and, having really run a very successful campaign. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions. We won the districts. I'll tell you, the district vote is the most impressive. 2,750 compared to 550. That's some difference. And we just had a tremendous election and a tremendous vote of confidence. And thank you very much for that question. Thank you.
Mr. President, if enough conservative lawmakers say they won't extend
Well, looks like that's going to wrap it up for the big announcement with President Trump. We saw there the press conference with some cabinet members, the Speaker of the House. We saw Ted Cruz joining in, and of course, Michael and Susan Dell joining in to talk about their recent donation to the Trump accounts. And so we're going to go and break all of this down here as we have just seen President Trump's big announcement about the Trump accounts. And after these announcements were made, we have a couple of things that were just launched that I want to pull up here. First, the Trump accounts landing page. Just want to run through here so you can actually sign up, get email updates there on the Trump accounts, the eligible children for the $1,000 gift courtesy of Donald Trump. Learn more on December 17th. This is from President Trump. This is a pro-family initiative that will help millions of Americans harness the strength of our economy to lift up the next generation. And they'll really be getting a big jump on life. So we'll go through what the Trump accounts are, but you can see here we already have Michael and Susan Dell, owners of and founders of Dell Technologies, contributing $6.25 billion to the fund. And if you are a lucky billionaire tuning in to the stream right now, you can go ahead and participate yourself. Donate right there, and they will have a big announcement on December 17th, it looks like, regarding the Trump accounts. And so today was the day they were revealed. And then the next thing we want to talk about is the new Twitter account. I was one of the first 700 followers here for this new Twitter account. Let's refresh here and see where we're at. We're at 800 followers on the Trump accounts Twitter page. So you can go follow them at Trump accounts right now for the new Trump accounts page. And so I've been doing this whole walkthrough. I haven't even been sharing my screen. It's the great part of producing your own show right here, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the website I was talking about. This is the Trump accounts landing page. You can go through here, little explanation, a little thank you. You can participate right there if you want to donate. Then it looks like you can sign up when they go live for some type of live stream that they're going to be doing on December 17th. And so we'll have to tune in and be streaming live for that as well. And then what I was just talking about was the Trump accounts Twitter page here. Only 800 followers, so be one of the first 1,000 followers right now by going to at Trump accounts on X, and you can find the new Trump accounts page right there, announcing all the information, all the updates on these new Trump accounts. So just wanted to let you guys know, I just found that out while we were live, while they were live talking about all of that. Before we jump into the Trump accounts, just want to talk about this donation to the Trump accounts from the Dell family. Today, we just saw Michael Dell and his wife, Susan, announce the historic $6.25 billion philanthropic pledge through the Michael and Susan Dell Foundation. It's described as one of the largest single private donations to benefit United States children, the American children, more than doubling the couple's prior total giving of $2.9 billion. Now they're at the $6.25 billion. The gift supports the federal Trump accounts program, formerly known as Invest America, from that Invest America bill, a tax advantage savings initiative created earlier in 2025 under President Donald Trump's tax and spending legislation. The announcement was made alongside Trump at this White House event we just saw. Some key details of the donation. One, obviously, the amount is being $6.25 billion, but it's distributed as a $250 seed deposit into the individual investment accounts for approximately 25 million eligible children for these donations. And so that's going to equate to $250 per child for 25 million recipients. And if you didn't hear some of those recipients, one of the things that they're going to need is to have a median income in their city, town area of under $150,000. And so looking forward to that, because here in my area where I live in Missouri, that is below our median income. And there's definitely some families here around the area in my county who could definitely benefit from this program. And so, thank you to the Trump administration for putting this together. Thank you for the Dell family as well. So what is the purpose of this Dell donation? So it's going to provide an early financial head start for children by funding tax-free investment accounts that track stock market indexes, like the S&P 500, for example. The accounts aim to promote long-term wealth building through compound interest, with withdrawals being penalty-free for qualified uses like education, home purchases, or retirement after age 18. And just have to make fun of Ted Cruz really quick, because when he's talking there about the benefits of these Trump accounts here, I was writing down some notes as he was talking. He said, by the time they're 35, they're going to be able to have $700,000 invested into these accounts. And when they're 35, you know what they can do? They can get an education. And I laughed out loud when I heard that. 35, you're going to start getting your education. Isn't that, it's not too late. It's never too late to get an education, of course. It's too late to get in debt for an education, I think that. But getting an education at 35 is not really the ideal timeline that people are thinking. So I don't know what Ted Cruz was talking about when he's pushing this idea of folks getting $700,000 when they're 35 and using it for education. Now, using it for a home purchase, that makes a little bit more sense, especially with the median home buying age being 40 years old. But to say that they're going to use that money for education at 35 is preposterous. And based off the other things he was saying, it sounds like Ted Cruz is really going for a presidential bid in 2028. The way he was talking, his rhetoric, how he was posturing himself, kissing up to the president a lot in his statement. Seems like he's going for that presidential bid in 2028. And will he challenge the, imminent, I would say, what we see, the Vance Rubio ticket that is probably going to be pushed by the Republican Party. So we'll see. That is more to come later on in the year as the midterms come around and such. We'll see if Ted Cruz takes advantage of this and jumps on a presidential bid for 2028. So just had to talk about Ted Cruz's little fumble there because I just found it hilarious. So now who's going to be eligible for this Dell donation, right? So it's going to target U.S. citizens that are children under the age of 10, born 2015 to 2024. It's going to be limited to families in the zip codes. And again, this is the Dell donations we're talking about, not the Trump accounts. So this is going to be limited to zip codes with median household incomes, like we were just talking about, of the $150,000 annually, reaching nearly 80% of eligible children across 75% of the United States zip codes. And it will exclude children born January 1st to December 2028 who received the separate $1,000 federal seed deposit. And so what this Dell donation is doing is it's, going back basically 10 years to help invest in the younger generation who's going to miss out on this $1,000 seed donation. Michael Dell and his wife, Susan, are saying, hey, we don't want these younger generation to miss out and say, hey, I wish I was born in 2025. I wish I could have gotten that free $1,000. No, they're looking back and helping children out now. Props to them, props to the Dell family. And so that's a little bit about the Dell donations and the Trump accounts, a little bit differences there, but just want to dive more into the Trump accounts. So these are new type of tax advantage investment savings accounts for children. These were established, if you're not familiar, under the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which was a major tax and spending package signed into law by President Trump earlier this year. And this Trump account program aims to give American children a financial head start by allowing families, employers, and philanthropists to contribute to dedicated investment accounts that grow over time. So these accounts function similarly to 529 plans or a Roth IRA, if you're familiar with those, but are specifically tailored for minors with restrictions to promote long-term growth instead of just that short-term growth to withdraw and keep the money. No, they're trying to help with long-term wealth building, education, all of those things. That's the goal of these Trump accounts. Now, this initiative was officially rolled out and expanded today. That's what this announcement from the White House was to push the release of the Trump accounts, right? That's what this announcement in the Roosevelt Room was, where President Trump highlighted the program's potentials to jumpstart the next generation of American wealth. A key highlight was the massive $6.2 billion pledge, like we were just talking about, from the tech billionaire Michael Dell and his wife Susan, which seeds accounts for millions of existing children, as we were just discussing. So want to discuss some of these key features of the Trump accounts. And so we're going to throw up this graphic here. And so who is eligible for these Trump accounts? And before we jump on any of this, just want to say, let me throw this graphic. If you're just joining in, I want to thank you for joining. We are covering a historic moment here that we just witnessed together. President Trump, Michael Dell, Susan Dell having this massive announcement. But if you're just joining us, welcome to Straight Talk Live. You've picked the perfect time to hop in because we're still rolling live, breaking down everything that just happened in this press conference, this big announcement from President Trump. We've got a lot more coming in today. And while you're here, do me a huge favor, smash that like button, share the stream. Let's get it trending everywhere, especially on Rumble. If you're sharing this, share the Rumble stream right now with a left-wing lunatic, with a right-wing retard. Share it right now. If you want to support what we're doing here, every single dollar from a Rumble rant, from a super chat in YouTube, wherever you're watching from, the donations go 100% right back into making this stream bigger, better, and uncensored. There's no corporate overlords here, just you and me and the truth. So drop a Rumble rant right now, drop a super chat right now, and I'll pin your message at the top for a full 3 minutes to the entire audience of 365 people that are watching us live right now. So let's keep this energy going. Chat, throw in a Rumble rant or a super chat right now. Let's flood the chat. I'm reading every single one of these Rumble rants or every single one of these super chats out. So go ahead, throw it in the chat. We'll pin it for 3 full minutes. No censorship for you. Whatever you got to say, throw it in for a Rumble rant donation right now. And again, 100% of the donations go right back into this stream to make it bigger, better, and completely uncensored. Well, jumping right into the eligibility, the key features of the Trump accounts, right? So who is eligible to receive these accounts? Well, any child in America that's under the age of 18 with a U.S. Social Security number, no income requirements for opening an account. The federal seed funding goes to automatically a $1,000 one-time grant for every child born in the U.S. between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028. So again, that's January 1st, 2025, all the way until December 31st of 2028. Let's throw up this graphic here. And so these accounts are created automatically by the Treasury Department. So you got $1,000 going in to these accounts, and anyone under 18 is eligible for the accounts in general. And then we've got a philanthropic boost from the Dell Foundation to start everything off with their $6.25 billion investment, with $250 going into the accounts for around 25 million children aged under 10 that are born before 2025 that will receive some of these benefits. Limited to zip codes with median household income, as we just covered, less than $150,000 a year, which covers about 80% of eligible kids nationwide. And so this donation from the Dell family and the Dell Foundation expands these Trump accounts beyond the federal seed funding, right? So this is investment that's going to go beyond that initial seed funding. And so this is going to cover more children, thankfully. Well, the next thing on the list for the Trump accounts is the contributions. So for contributions for the Trump accounts, parents and guardians are able to contribute up to $5,000 annually to these accounts, post-tax dollars. And then you also have employers who can contribute up to $2,500 per year. Tax deductible for the company too. So huge incentives for the companies to contribute to these specific accounts because of the tax deductions. And there's no limit on the total balance of these accounts, but the contributions stop at the age of 18. And so again, just want to reiterate the contributions that can happen here. We have parents and guardians can contribute up to $5,000 annually, post-tax dollars. Again, this is just like a Roth IRA for your child. And then employers on top of that, they can also contribute up to $2,500 per year. That's $7,500 right there per year that can be additionally contributed to the account on top of the federal seed funding that they get, on top of any philanthropic boosts that they get, just as the one that we've seen today from the Dell Foundation. And then their investment options that they have, funds must be invested into low-cost index funds, or ETFs, tracking major U.S. stock indexes. For example, the S&P 500. No individual stocks or no high-risk options are allowed. Only things that are going to benefit the American taxpayer, the American contributor, and the American beneficiary of these accounts. And then withdrawals and access to the accounts are locked until they're 21 years old. Or if they wanted to use it for education or housing purposes, they can unlock it at 18. Now, these are penalty-free withdrawals for qualified uses like college, homeowner down payments, or even starting a business. Fantastic idea from the federal government here on these access options that they have. Tax benefits of these Trump accounts is earnings grow tax-free. There's no taxes on the earnings that are growing in these accounts, and contributions are post-tax contributions. Qualified withdrawals are tax-free as well. So you've got tax-free earnings, post-tax contributions, and we have qualified withdrawals are tax-free too. Huge benefits for the children here that are being born between the year of January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028. And then the timeline that we saw from the launch that was just covered from this press conference that we just saw is that this is all starting. The accounts are open starting on our Independence Day. Don't think that's a coincidence. On 4th of July, right? Pending IRS guidance. We have federal seeds for newborns beginning in the middle of 2026. Dell contributions are following after that. So we've got these philanthropic boosts, got the federal seed funding. This might be the biggest investment in the future of America that we've ever seen from this Dell Foundation pledge and the federal seed funding. Huge news coming out of the White House today with this announcement. Right? We have millions of Americans that will benefit from these accounts. And let's just break down some potential pros and some potential cons of these accounts. So the pros, we've already seen some of these pros as we've been talking, right? This encourages early savings, education on savings, wealth, education, wealth building, leverages the compound interest, right? $1,000 at a 7% annual return. That could grow to $15,000 by the time the person's 30 years old, right? That's just money given to us by the federal government. Bipartisan appeal for these Trump accounts, right? Bipartisan appeal with private funding reducing the federal costs needed to execute on these ideas. Now, to pivot to the cons of these is that some experts, like the Aspen Institute, are arguing that automatic enrollment is really unclear. So it could potentially exclude low-income families without easy access. The Dell zip code limits may overlook rural or even high-cost urban areas because of the limitation of the median household income. And then there's no retroactive funding for kids born before 2025 unless more donors step up, as we just covered. And hey, I understand, it might not seem fair, but we've got to start somewhere, right? I can understand the concerns, the criticisms, things like that, but we have to start somewhere. If we really want America to be great again, we got to start here. We have to start with our generation now. And I'm grateful because, my son right here, that's going to be born. My son will be born in March of 2026. And so he'll be able to benefit from these, from this. And so I am extremely grateful because this is something that my son is going to be able to see, that my son's going to be able to benefit from. My daughter won't be able to benefit. She's already been born, and our median income will surpass $150,000. And so we won't be able to take those benefits, but my son will be able to take advantage of the Trump accounts. And, we will have more children. They'll be able to take benefits of these Trump accounts as well. So I'm grateful. I see lots of pros here for my family. Lots of pros for my son as well. And so let me know what you think, chat. Is this a pro? Is this a con? Is this just a ploy for the midterms? Is this an announcement before Christmas? Is this a strategic announcement that President Trump is trying to make to garner support for the midterm elections for the Republican Party? You let me know, chat. I would like to know. If you're watching us on X, go ahead, come over to Rumble and join us right now. I will throw in the chat in the X chat right now. I will throw in the Rumble link. Just give me a moment here to grab that link. And if you're over in X, I would ask you to come join us over on Rumble so we can chat with you. Want to hear your opinion? Want to hear what your thoughts are on these new Trump accounts, this big announcement from President Trump that we just heard about the $1,000 federal seed funding that's being started next year, rolling out on 4th of July of 2026, and the additional announcement from the Dell Foundation saying that they're going to contribute $250 to 25 million children, and that is going to be covering children that will not benefit from these Trump accounts as well, from children under the age of 10. So let me know, chat, what do you think? Do you think that this is going to benefit America? Is this going to help America? Is this going to help restore the American dream? Or is it going to kill the American dream? Which one? Let me know in the chat right now. And if you're just joining, thank you so much. I want to welcome you to this live stream. We've been going hard for about 4 hours now. We saw President Trump's cabinet meeting earlier. We commented on that. We were talking about Venezuela, the potential war that we will have in Venezuela that President Trump is trying to push. We also covered this press conference at the White House on the Trump accounts, this big announcement that we just saw from President Trump. So if you're just joining us, share the stream right now. Share this with someone. Share this with a friend. Share this with a left-wing lunatic, with a fellow right-wing retard. Share it now. Really appreciate the support. Appreciate everything everyone's done. And just reading through right now, let's check out what's going on Twitter post-announcement. So we see lots happening. There's Treasury, Secretary of Treasury, Scott, who's just talking in the meeting, actually, himself, and was discussing the benefits of this. And we saw, this was the announcement that was made today from the Dell Foundation about the $6.25 billion that they are investing into this Invest America, as it was formerly called, and now is being called the Trump accounts. And so big stuff happening here today. And where am I? There we go. That's the page I'm sharing. So just scrolling through Twitter here, seeing what's going on. We just saw, so the couple announced Tuesday that they will fund investment accounts through the U.S. Treasury for 25 million kids aged 10 and under in lower income areas, as we just discussed. So let me know, chat. Are you excited about this new development? Are you excited about these accounts? Do you think this is going to help the American dream? Do you think this is going to hurt the American dream? Let me know below. I want to hear right from you. If you're just joining in, want to welcome you. Throw some American flags in the chat. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for supporting the stream. We're just scrolling through Twitter right now, post-announcement. Let's hear what they have to say.
Help every American child born this year or in the future. So nice of the Dell family, of the two of them, to give this money to help every American child born this year or in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's remarkable. It is also, I think, the largest contribution to American children in history.
Really.
And what's amazing about this Dell announcement is that it's on top of the Trump accounts. So it shows you the power of investment. So the Trump accounts, which we're expecting more details on today, that was in the big, beautiful bill. The idea being $1,000 to get kids off on the right start. But it only has 2025 to 2028. The Dell announcement includes kids today who are 10 and under.
Really?
So kids that are already born, to say, hey, we want to help you as well. So
wait. So 10 and under, I would apply because I have a 10-year-old. So they're going to give every American family, is that right? $1,000?
No. So theirs is less than $1,000. The Trump accounts is $1,000.
Got it, right.
This is an additional investment. It seems that some of the money will go to kids that are born today.
Okay.
But they're also helping to cover kids that are already here to say, because of course the goal and part of this is to get kids off on the right foot.
Yep.
It's also to encourage families to say you can have kids. Because we're seeing these conversations, and I see this in my reporting. Young people feel that life is too expensive. They're worried about having kids and affording them. So this is a leg up.
Right.
Something else when it comes to financial education that's so important with these Trump accounts. One, you now see more investments like the Dells. Huge. On top of it, it's just barriers to entry. When you have that account set up, $1,000, you can contribute annually up to $5,000. But we know a lot of families can't do that. But if they can do $100 a year, because the account is already set up, it starts, the hardest part of finance is just getting in.
Right.
Opening that account.
Even
and
if
the
you
Trump
don't
accounts are going to do that.
You
annually up to
Wow. Well, great summary there. Like we just covered everything that we just covered. They just summarized there on this Fox News hit piece is that, as we saw, President Trump's Trump accounts will be investing $1,000 into newborn Americans born in January of 2026. But on top of that, now we have the Dell Foundation investing in America as well, investing in the future of the American children, saying that, hey, not only will the future American children be taken care of, not only will these future American children be able to benefit from some of these investments that the federal government's making, but now folks who are under 10, right? And so I don't think we'll qualify, but I'm going to apply for my daughter, at least for the Dell Foundation, right? And so these are going to be huge, huge investments. And it might seem small. $1,000 might seem small, and $250 might seem small to you. But this overall is the largest investment into the American people that we've ever seen, that I've seen in my lifetime. And so we have $6.25 billion being invested by the Dell Foundation here. Well, that's all we've got on this big announcement from President Trump. We saw the Trump accounts being rolled out next year. We'll hear more on the Trump accounts on December 17th. As I said, you can head to the new Trump accounts landing page that they just launched. If you're just joining us, was talking about this earlier, how while we were live, they just launched this new webpage for the Trump accounts. It's trumpaccounts.gov. I'll throw the link in the chat right now. That is trumpaccounts.gov. And you can go there. You can check out just a little bit of information that they have right now about the accounts. One, you can sign up for email updates, but they also talk about the investment from the Dell Foundation, as well as talking a little bit about the eligibility of the program and who's going to benefit from the program, as well as past news articles. So it's kind of a one-stop shop that they've created here for these Trump accounts to help the American people learn more, understand what are the implications, who qualifies, how can I get my child signed up. And not only do they have all the information in one area, but you can sign up for email updates as well. And then, as we talked about earlier, on December 17th, they will be doing a live stream to talk more about the Trump accounts. And so we'll be covering that as well later on December 17th. But I want to let everyone know who's just tuning in about this new page. You can go to trumpaccounts.gov right now to learn more about that, as well as you can go follow the new X account at Trump Accounts. You can see here their new X account that they just started, they just launched. We have just over 1,000 followers that are following this account. And so you can be one of the first few thousand followers on this account. It's at Trump Accounts. They will be posting all the updates. You see they posted their new landing page here, and they've got all the information there as it comes down the pike. Well, we just wrapped up this historic announcement from President Trump, from his cabinet. It's been a long day. We've been at it for over 4 hours, streaming live from the cabinet meeting to commentating on the cabinet meeting, talking about the war in the potential war in Venezuela. We also talked about the Trump accounts that we just covered. We talked about the Dell investments. And I think that's all I've got now. I don't have much more to talk about. I'm winding down. Might go live a little bit later again if I feel like it, but just want to wrap up here and say thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in here. For everyone who commented, engaged with the chat. We had tons of engagement. We have over 360 people watching us live right now. So thank you to everyone watching. Thank you to everyone who's contributing, who shared this stream. Thank you. Couldn't do without you. If you didn't get the chance, we just discussed this huge, huge investment that just happened from the Dell Foundation, from President Trump, in the $1,000 that were invested by the federal government, as well as the additional investment by the Dell Foundation. And so if you're just joining us, we just covered this, as well as earlier we covered the cabinet meeting. And so just want to thank you all for joining me. Thank you for listening to me rant. And that's really all I got. And as we roll out, just play some Christmas music. Later.